There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
Thank you, Speaker. A14 is just a bill that would be a technical change to the task force that was put together to study the effect of having liability insurance purchased by the individual employees, and noting that several members of the medical field and other fields that are addressed by these boards already have to purchase their own insurance, and some of them don't. I thought they could all be included in the study to get a broader issue or a broader spectrum to see how people are affected and the different costs that are there. Keep in mind, I was in Mayo a couple weeks ago and I saw a billboard just outside the Mayo Clinic advertising for doctors for a hospital in Sioux Falls, and they were offering a starting wage of $300,000 for a doctor to move to Sioux Falls. So a doctor can buy his own liability insurance, and that's part of the reason that they get to $300,000 starting raise. A starting wage for a peace officer in the metro area right now is about 30 grand. So we need to find out if that's even affordable or anything that can be done. I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The representative from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hollins, did you seek to speak?
No, I'm sorry.
Representative Mariani.
Sorry, I was muted. Members, I'd urge you a no vote on the A14 amendment. This expands the study on the liability insurance that Representative Hollins is carrying. The focus here is precisely on law enforcement because that is the one profession that has widespread presence and interaction with the public, and we know that there has been harm that occurs particularly across racial lines. And so what we want to do is simply study and look at what the impact is of having their own liability insurance relative to those outcomes and those behaviors. It's no different than any other profession where we expect that as part of the accountability and professional status of those professions. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, this expands Representative Hollins' focus on the one particular profession. It's not anything that we talked about or explored or dove into, and so I would urge your no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A14 amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, members. As I said, I see it's a good idea to get a broader spectrum and more data so we can do the comparison. I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Bonner. Bonner.
Bonner, no.
Bonner, no. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bo.
Bo, aye.
Bo, aye. Drazkowski.
Truskowski, aye.
Drazkowski, aye. Garofalo.
Garoppolo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Listlegard.
Listlegard, no.
Listlegard, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
No.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie.
Youngji, no.
Zhang Jie, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley. Would you please explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Under previous law, a maximum period for a stayed felony sentence was generally 4 years or the statutory maximum sentence for the offense, whichever was longer. In late 2020, however, Commissioner Schnell of the Department of Corrections, he is also a member of the sentencing guideline, and he proposed a 5-year cap on felony stayed sentences. And what this did, under the change, the presumptive duration of most felony stays is now 5 years or the statutory maximum sentence, whichever is less. So previously, we had a cap of 4 years or the maximum sentence, whichever is more, and it's been changed, 4 years or the maximum sentence. It's been changed to 5 years or the maximum sentence, whichever is less. And I want to explain, I just want to go over a few, actually, sentences and how that can change things. And what this amendment would do is exempt a number of what we believe are really egregious crimes that should be exempted from this cap. And it includes things like, the new exemption would include things like second-degree murder, which carries a maximum sentence of 40 years. Under the new guidelines, that carries, the cap on that is 5 years. Previously, it was 4 years up to 40. Now the maximum sentence is 5 with a stayed sentence. Kidnapping, 20 years. First-degree criminal sexual conduct, 30 years. Mr. Speaker and members, it flies in the face of logic, it flies in the face of safety, it flies in the face of our criminal justice system to allow what the sentencing guideline commissions put in place to stand. And it's our job as legislators to review what they've done and correct the error that they made. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call on this and a yes vote from members.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend the New Brindley Amendment to Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A85.
I recognize the amendment to the amendment. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative New Brindley called for logic, and I agree. We should have a logical approach to this. What the Sentencing Guidelines Commission did over a year ago is evidence-based information. It was based on evidence-based experience and information in play in a number of other states. So you have to remember, we're talking about people on probation. We had people on probation for 40 years in the state. All the evidence says if you're going to violate and recommit a crime, it's going to happen within the first 5 years. The whole point of probation is that you're safe enough to be able to be in society with guidance in order to further equip yourself. Everyone else is in prison and should be in prison. Anyway, what 85 Amendment does is, as opposed to doing the opposite of what the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, which was to spend a lot of time debating this and looking at social science data on the ground, the New Brindley Amendment just simply makes a decision in the other way. So let's make sure that there's a logical process by which we can look and review these particular offenses that the representative points out. And so this would commission the Commissioner of Corrections to conduct a study to determine whether better public safety outcomes would be accomplished if we adopted the approach before you. Members, I would urge your support.
Further discussion to the Mariani amendment to the
Mr. Speaker.
amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under Rule Point 403, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
You state your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I actually just received an email informing me that because this is a study, it's requiring a study, there will be a cost associated with this. Clearly, the strike zone on this exact thing was established in no uncertain terms in this body just days ago. There will be a cost to this. And Rule Point 4.03 says, after the adoption of a resolution by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. We had a lengthy debate in this body just a couple of days ago on this exact issue. The strike zone was established, and I would advise the Speaker to find the point of order well taken.
Further advice.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, advice. Advice, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mariani, we're having a difficult time hearing you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer advice.
Yes, please offer your advice.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Corrections currently has a probation task force that spends time looking at the impacts of probation, on our systems, individuals on probation. I am confident the Department of Corrections can do this work. It's certainly my intent for us to direct the department to add this as a list of their current ongoing work with that task force.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
Yes, please state your advice.
Mr. Speaker, the advice that I would offer is to find Representative New Brindley's point of order well taken. The other night here on the floor, I believe it was Friday night, we were told by Representative Winkler that if it adds $1 to the cost, that it blows the budget resolution. $1, clearly that will happen, even if someone has to submit per diem expense, that's going to blow the budget $1, which is exactly the advice that Representative Winkler gave to the body just last week. I urge you to find Representative New Brindley's point of order well taken.
Any further advice for the speaker? Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you find the point of order not well taken. If you recall, the difference is that we had information from the agency saying that there would be a cost. The Department of Corrections could conduct a study at no cost based on the information we have in front of us, which is nothing. So if you want to raise the point of order on cost, you should probably find the email. I ask you to find the point of order not well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Would Representative New Brindley yield to a question and read us the content of her email?
Representative
No?
New
Okay.
Brindley.
We'll just let it go, I guess.
Okay. I have considered the advice of Representative New Brindley, Mariani, Nash, and Winkler, and I find the advice not well taken.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative New Brindley.
I withdraw my amendment.
Representative New Brindley withdraws the A16 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Johnson. Please explain your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, member, this amendment deals with a situation that the courts had ruled dealing with life sentences for those that are under the age of 18.
Oh.
Minnesota is one of the last states that haven't dealt with this issue. We just had a few individuals that fell into that category. At this time, we have one left. That is they're working on trying to get it figured out. We had a task force put together to look at this and study that issue. They came back with recommendations, but they never came back with a recommendation of number of years. In fact, I don't know if they even talked about it. I was reading the opinion, the final opinion this afternoon, and it wasn't in there. Right now, most states are 20 to 25 years before they can appeal or request and have their sentence looked at for possible release. We heard in testimony that all of a sudden 15 years came up. Nobody knew where it came from. It hadn't been discussed in the committee, in the task force that worked on it. But the average, again, is 20 to 25. My amendment takes it in this bill to change it from 15 back to 25, and we can work on it in conference committee if we go down to 20. But there again, we have one left that needs to be taken care of. And with that, I do ask that you do accept this amendment. It's something that needs to be discussed. But there again, I think 15 is just too low. 25 might be too high, 20 might be right. But it's something that we need to look at to go into conference committee with this bill and deal with it there in the Senate. Because right now, I don't believe the Senate even has this in their bill at this time.
Further discussion to the A17 amendment. Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Johnson. It's been a pleasure to work with you on the Public Safety Committee these last 3 years. I have to tell you, the average that you're talking about, we are one of the last few states, unfortunately, to deal with this. And this is a tough topic, members. Nobody wants to talk about this, which is why we haven't really addressed it. States like Maryland, North Dakota, Virginia, they've set the look back. When we talk about the look back, it's just a review at 20 years. States like West Virginia, Oregon, the District of Columbia have set that at 15 years. I wouldn't say that the average is 20 to 25. The only states that I can come up that have 25 years are Utah and Wyoming. I think our state's a little bit more advanced and progressive than Utah and Wyoming. Just going to say that. In 2012, there was a Supreme Court decision that ruled that this was unconstitutional. In, 2014, in Ali versus State, our Minnesota Supreme Court agreed with us that it is unconstitutional. Now it is the legislature's job to address this. So our job here at the legislature is not to keep the status quo or not talk about tough issues, it's to deal with them. And so I ask members to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A17 amendment? Representative Elkins? No. Representative Elkins does not need to speak. Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, you have to remember that the crimes that qualified originally for the life sentence was some of the most heinous crimes in the state. Where a person who could be one day shy of 18 when they commit the crime could have had life in prison. But at 17 years, 363 days, it would be 15 under this amendment before even a review. It's a difficult decision that we all have to make. But you got to remember, those that commit these heinous crimes, we have to make sure that they are rehabilitated. And we'll make sure that it's safe to be in the public. And with that, I will ask for a yes vote, and I'll also ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion to the A17 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Bo.
Bo, aye.
Bo, aye. Druskowski.
Druskowski, aye.
Druskowski, aye. Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Mason.
No.
Mason, no. McDonald.
Donald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, aye. Swazinski.
Blazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. That was just to make sure we're still awake.
Poston moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the author of the amendment. Representative Poston, would you please describe your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A18 amendment removes felony offenses from the automatic expungement language that's in this bill, or it's often referred to as the clean slate bill. I've had several discussions with Representative Long about this bill. I appreciate the majority of the bill. The automatic expungement for misdemeanors, I think, is fine. For misdemeanors that do not include assault on another person, I think are fine. Creates efficiencies that'll actually create cost savings down the road. But felonies, I believe, are too high a level of offense. So high a level of offense that the legislature has said these crimes are serious enough that if found guilty, the offender may be sentenced to incarceration in a state prison. Felonies should not be given automatic expungement. The person who does have a felony still has the option of going through the process of getting expungement, but they have to go through a process. It's not automatic. So this isn't saying that they can't ever have that expungement, but they have to go through the process. So, I think felony is just one step too far. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for your support, members, and I'd ask for roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend Representative Poston. We've had good dialogue and discussion on this bill. The Clean Slate Act, as I mentioned in the opening, is supported by a really broad range of folks, including the Minnesota County Attorneys Association and conservative groups like the Americans for Prosperity. The list of felonies that is in the bill is a very narrow list. Not all felonies are eligible for this automatic expungement. And the list was developed working closely with the County Attorneys Association to focus on those that would be considered the lowest level felonies, and include things like forgery or dishonored checks. And they were ones that the prosecutors themselves felt like were low enough level crimes that they should be eligible for this automatic expungement. And these felonies only become eligible for expungement after 5 years, and only if the individuals have not committed a subsequent offense during that time. So I ask members to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A18 amendment. Further discussion to the A18 amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call those names of members who have not voted yet.
Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Bo.
Bo, aye.
Bo, aye. Christensen.
Christensen, no.
Christensen, no. Drazkowski.
Dreskowski, aye.
Drazkowski, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Hertas. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. Yeah, it's getting good. There being 63 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg. Will you please describe your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment actually removes an amendment put on in Ways and Means, and that amendment asks our law enforcement to look the other way when they witness certain violations. And before I introduce the rest of it, I would like to request a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the last few weeks, this has a potential of being a very sensitive topic, and so I appreciate that and I respect that, but it's the only opportunity that we have to talk about this part of the bill. Earlier, actually a couple weeks ago, we heard this bill that came out of just late in the session, and I believe that it was not heard in public safety. It certainly wasn't heard in transportation, and I believe it only had an informational hearing in judiciary, but it's here in this bill because it was added in Ways and Means. And so what is the urgency? And so I'm hoping, and I would just caution us, that because of what's happened in the past, that we aren't rushing into something, especially when it's emotionally charged. We have to kind of remember that a year ago, or a little over a year ago, the Minneapolis Council decided that they ought to really disband the police officers, police department at all, after the situation, and then had to recant. And so I think it's very apropos that we also be a little bit conscious of the fact that emotions do run high, and we have to be careful of that. What I understand is that most of these, what this bill does is it takes and requests law enforcement that when they see certain violations, most of them are non-moving violations for motor vehicles, that when they see those violations, they are not allowed to stop them for any reason. And that kind of gives the wrong impression to what we want them to do. I think they really are intended to enforce the laws that are put in place. After all, it was this legislative body, the Senate and the governor, that determined that those were violations of law and needed to be dealt with and enforced. Now, I also know, according to testimony in Ways and Means, that these are pretty much all, at best, petty misdemeanors, and under statutes, they don't really classify them as crimes. However, neither are moving violations, such as speeding, illegal lane changes, and those type of things that we do ask law enforcement to stop and to do again. So the challenge that I think that we have here is that we're kind of doing a one-size-fits-all knee-jerk reaction to the past situations. And I'd like to just share with you a letter from the Dodge County Sheriff's Department. And the sheriff said this: the main point I want to bring up in regards to this particular piece of the bill that seems to either be unknown or overlooked by supporters of this legislation is traffic stops like this can and are a great tool to help build trust and support in our community. More often than not, I use these types of stops as an opportunity to have positive contacts with citizens. For example, I would stop someone for headlights or taillights out and preface the stop telling the driver that I wanted to make sure they were aware of the fact that they had taillights out or brake lights out, and he went on to say about how he would just give a warning and move them on. I think it kind of generates the idea that maybe in greater Minnesota, when we all know each other, where we know a lot of the police officers know that they're all great people. And I'm sure even those in the metropolitan area know police officers and think that they are great people as well. So when anyone is in a profession and they fail to follow procedures or have lapses in judgment, they need to be held accountable. No question about that. However, we don't just eliminate that responsibility so no one makes that mistake. That's kind of a little bit maybe irresponsible for us to do that. But we do need to train them. We do need to make sure that they are following policy. And sometimes it may be the policy that we have itself that needs to be corrected. And that's why I'm concerned that we have gone too fast, too quick in this this part of the amendment. Let's see, that is just the philosophical impacts of what this bill does. But I also want to talk about the costs. Certainly we have license tabs that are a great portion of transportation. And if we have no one supporting and enforcing those license tabs, even if only 10% of people decided to say, hey, now that nobody's enforcing that, I don't have to get my license tabs, we're going to end up with quite a significant change. And we're going to get some of these cars registered so that we know where they are and who they are. On top of that, that is the only time that we can verify whether or not they have insurance for their cars. And that's, I think, is also a safety issue. And one of the concerns that we have for a lot of the driver's license bills that we have in front of us. So for all those reasons, I think it's important for us to say, maybe this isn't quite the right time yet. We need to make sure that we aren't making a mistake that we're going to have to correct later, that maybe we do want to have the bills, the violations enforced by police officers. If they're not worthy of police officers to enforce them, then maybe we ought to remove them from the books altogether. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a yes vote.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just quickly want to center us back to the reason that we have this language in this bill. Dante Wright was killed 10 days ago. It was initiated because of expired tabs, and then as they approached the vehicle, they saw a air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. Even the law enforcement agency said they wish to create a system where they have less interactions that result in deadly contact with their peace officers. This bill absolutely addresses that issue, and I would urge a no vote. We are speaking to the moment. This is a chance to rise to the moment here. I expect us all to do that, so I urge a no vote.
The representative from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I actually look at him and realize he's not in the room. I thank Representative Petersburg for bringing this amendment forward, because it's important that we talk about this piece of the bill, because it's incredibly important. And I want to clarify a couple things. Representative Petersburg mentioned mostly non-moving violations. These are all non-moving violations in the language that's in the bill. And to clarify, you still have to pay your tabs. What this bill actually says, what the language actually says, is that you can't pull people over solely because their tabs have expired. They have something hanging from their mirror. They have glazed windows. They're very specifically laid out. If you're pulled over for some other reason, like speeding or drunk driving or running a red light, you can still be fined and ticketed for those things. In addition, this isn't a partisan issue. There are cities throughout the country who have already instituted what is in our bill to really good results, including in states like Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, Washington State. This isn't a red-blue issue. This is a good policy issue. Stopping drivers for these reasons does not impact public safety. In fact, it comes at a cost, because the members of the public, it erodes public trust in what law enforcement is doing, and their whole point of being being out there. It also takes time away from more important police work like enforcing speeding, drunk driving, red lights, running red lights. In the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, they actually saw the tickets for running red lights and speeding, excessive speeding and drunk driving, all those things went up while these things went down. Those things that actually keep us safe, they were catching more people doing those things instead of spending their time pulling people over for these other smaller reasons. This is good policy. The urgency is that we don't need to have another case like Dante Wright, as well as Philando Castile. Maybe neither one of those things would have happened if we hadn't been pulling people over for these reasons that are not related to public safety. It actually keeps officers safer. It keeps the public safer. This is good policy that I'm glad we can talk about because I'm really glad that it's in the bill. Please vote no on the amendment.
The representative from Blue Earth, Representative Munson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I do support some reforms to remove several of the primary offenses that I don't think relate to public safety. And I introduced legislation to remove the crime of not displaying tabs on your license plate showing that you've paid your tax to the state. I don't feel that is necessary for public safety. It does not mean that you don't have to pay your tabs, as Representative Becker-Finn said. In fact, we don't make it a crime to not pay your property taxes on your home, and we don't send police around to collect the taxes or to issue you fines for non-payment of that. We have the means to administratively collect this tax through the DMV. They send you notice now that your tabs are due. They can certainly send you a notice that you are past due. And of course, they can prevent you from transferring the title of your car if you haven't paid your taxes. This can all be done administratively, and if need be, they could have the Department of Revenue take this fee out of your tax refund, or the Department of Revenue collects taxes as well. We should not be using valuable time of our public safety officers for enforcing something that does not have to do with public safety. We also have an increasing number of Minnesotans who are issued permits to carry and who carry guns with them for self-defense. And more frequently, people are being pulled over while carrying a handgun, while carrying a firearm. And this puts added tension to every arrest. I understand, or every time someone's pulled over, and I understand that police officers may think that pulling someone over to remind them that they haven't paid their tax to the state is a friendly reminder, but it does create unnecessary tension between someone who's not committed any other crime to have to, talk about having, carrying a gun and making sure that everybody's tensions can be calm. I think that's important to reduce the amount of conflicts. But I do understand that we catch a lot of criminals by pulling them over for expired tabs. But the same logic could be said if we started pulling over cars that had large rust spots or cars that were more than 15 years old. You would find people that had warrants for their arrest for not paying parking tickets and other crimes. But I don't think that's a reason to profile based on tabs not being displayed. It's also a fact that people steal license tabs. And having had that stolen from my car, one of my tabs, or 90% of the rear tab of my car, caused me to be pulled over when I know that I'd put the tabs on there 2 months prior. So even though I'd paid the tax, I can still be pulled over. And people can steal tabs from you, or a car wash can take them, and it doesn't mean it should be a crime to be pulled over for that. So I support these reforms that are in the bill for removing primary offenses. I actually don't even think it should be an add-on offense for not having current tabs displayed. We also know that the DMV, MnDOT, MnLARS has failed to be even able to deliver the tabs to people in a timely manner. There are people that paid for their tabs and still didn't have their tabs mailed to them 60 days later. That's not their fault. So, I'm going to be voting against this amendment. Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of the Petersburg Amendment. I think the most important thing is that we haven't had an opportunity to vet this out, as you've heard from the debate from the previous speakers. The proper place to vet this out, let the public also, they play an important part of this, let the public weigh in on this, and we have not done that. And so overall, I would support that amendment, and we need to keep in mind that overall this bill is counter to public safety. It's hostile to law enforcement, lacks the support of law enforcement, like this particular provision. And I think this will inhibit the recruitment and retention of police officers statewide, while letting criminals off with lighter sentences than the court imposed and hiding their records from the public. So I would support the Petersburg Amendment, and I have many issues with this bill.
The representative from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll just reiterate that the sense of urgency in hearing this is so that we don't end up with another Dante Wright killed or Philando Castile killed for one of these stops that really doesn't do anything for public safety. Members, this bill is very carefully and narrowly crafted with both public safety and racial disparities in mind. It prohibits stops solely for certain equipment violations and expired tabs. Let me be clear that it doesn't prohibit stops for any moving violations. It doesn't prohibit stops for impaired driving. It doesn't prohibit stops if police have reasonable suspicion of a crime. And the equipment violations for which a stop is prohibited, something hanging in a rearview mirror, a broken light, a tinted windshield, are all meant to press pause on a stop and eliminate implicit bias in decision making. Now, the bill does have some exceptions for situations where there could be a safety risk, so those are included in the bill. And it also doesn't eliminate enforcement of these provisions. Parked cars are still subject to citations for these things, as are cars stopped for other valid reasons. There are some people who say this bill won't go far enough because it doesn't prohibit all pretext stops. And for others, it will go too far because it eliminates some stops. And I just want to, address the issue that this is one size fits all. We hear that phrase thrown a lot around this place, and this really isn't. This is the middle location here, because local jurisdictions, if they wanted to, could end all pretext stops. Prosecutors' offices, if they wanted to, could decide not to prosecute crimes that came as a result of a pretext stop. This is very, very narrowly crafted here with public safety in mind. And I also want to address the idea that somehow a stop for one of these things builds relationship with community. Members, I don't know anybody who likes to be pulled over by law enforcement. And while you might be relieved that you're just getting a warning about a light or something out, law enforcement could certainly follow up with a letter instead of pulling someone over and letting someone know that they had a broken light or something, they shouldn't have tinted windows or something like that. But I don't think this is a good way to be building community. A lot of states and other jurisdictions have done this and have done this successfully. In North Carolina, there was a situation between 2013 and 16. They studied what happened when the chief there de-emphasized non-moving violation stops. At the same time, he aggressively stopped drivers for speeding and driving while impaired and other movement violations. And they found that traffic fatalities decreased, and the statistically fruitless searches of Black-driven vehicles also went down. Members, this is not hostile to public safety. Just because if law enforcement doesn't like it, it doesn't mean it's hostile to public safety. And I would urge members to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The representative from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there just was a comment made previously by Representative Koznick, a bit of a throwaway, referring to this as being hostile to law enforcement. I just want to make sure that we really understand that when we're having law enforcement focus on safety, focus on moving violations, focus on other issues of crimes, but excluding these issues, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, This is the farthest thing from that hostility that was proposed. As a prosecutor, I work closely with officers in that work, and I would urge the members reject this amendment, and let's keep this really powerful and important innovation in the bill. Thank you.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be fairly brief to some of the questions. So I've heard it said that this part of the bill is a big deal, and yet we had virtually no testimony in committee. We had it just brought up briefly in a judiciary committee, not in public safety or in transportation. We heard also the fact that it was kind of referenced that all police stops are confrontational in nature, that it somehow depicted that law enforcement, when you're stopped, that it always erodes fear and anxiety. If that's the case, all stops are going to have negatively charged. I think that's the wrong way to go. I think we also heard that it said that it erodes trust. Well, how are we going to develop trust if we continually make this a situation where the only time you see police officers is during a very strong confrontation? How are we teaching our kids? We teach our kids about police officers are your friends, and that when you're lost or something, it's okay to go to police officers. In order to do that, we're getting kind of double standard here. And the biggest challenge is that we are, again, kind of reacting in a knee-jerk reaction to something that has happened recently without really spending time understanding what's going on. I don't necessarily disagree or agree with any of the previous speakers. If it's time for us to eliminate these infractions from law and from being a crime or even just a violation, let's do that. But just don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not voted yet.
Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Bowe.
Bowe, aye.
Bowe, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Kresha.
Kresha, aye.
Kresha, aye. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
Donald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, aye. Scott. Scott. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Raleigh. Will you please explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Last year, there was an incident up in my area that did get national attention. And I'd like to call the members' attention to something called NIMS, which is a National Incident Management System. So NIMS focuses on how we as emergency managers respond to things. I've been practicing emergency manager for a number of years now, and it teaches us in something called the ICS, or the Incident Command System, which is command, operations, planning, logistics, intel investigation, and then finally finance and administration. And members, the amendment that I'm offering today really focuses on the administration side of the ICS. What we're looking to do is take a look at our community. And one lesson that I learned is that you need to do your planning prior to an incident happening. And we called it in the classes that I went through the 7 Ps, which is proper prior planning prevents poor plan performance. And the incident that we dealt with in Hugo, Minnesota was an unplanned incident. What this amendment will do is allow us to recover from the costs that we incurred from that. And it is I know a lot of the members are used to, the millions of dollars in asks. This is $100,000 that we're asking for, and it really will help my community to compensate the city for the costs that were required for the additional security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Raleigh, for the amendment and for having you on the committee for the first time this year. It's been a real pleasure. Let me just urge members, however, to vote against the 859 amendment. And let me focus members on where the amendment...
Sorry to interrupt, Representative Mariani. Would you speak a little louder? It's hard to hear in the chamber. Thank you.
Okay, boy, I've been having trouble with my mic. I apologize to everyone. Let me just very quickly encourage members not to vote for this amendment. It takes away from the Department of Public Safety cybersecurity grant or program, which is required for us to, in order to be compliant in lining up with federal cyber security defense programs. We actually cut the department's request. What we did was we looked at only what it would require for us to be compliant with and aligned with our federal partners, and we cut off already all the excess that the department was asking for. And so I don't want to do damage to that compliance work, and so I would encourage members to vote this amendment down.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. No! The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is to increase penalties for those that would park in a disability parking. I would encourage a green vote.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would urge a red vote on this. What this would do is have somebody who uses a disability plates and they're not transporting someone who is in fact physically disabled, they'd be guilty of identity theft. So I want to make sure we're super clear on this. You have a constituent who has disability plates and they themselves are physically disabled. They have a spouse or family member who uses those plates and they're not in the car. That's identity theft. I think we can reject that, members. I'd urge a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the amendment and really appreciate Representative Lucero bringing this forward. And I understand that it seems like a big deal. Representative Pinto just spoke against it, but I just want members to understand. My late husband had ALS. He was effectively paralyzed, wheelchair bound. And when we traveled, we didn't have the option of putting him in the front seat of the car and then tucking his wheelchair away in the trunk. We didn't have that option. He was bound to his wheelchair. He couldn't come out, ventilator attached to the back of it. It was a significant operation, a significant machine. And the van that we drove was big. Had a side entry for the wheelchair ramp. When people use those handicap spots, the disabled parking spots, and they don't need them, it prevents mobility for those who have no other options. When my husband and I would, in fact, I'll tell you a story. Shortly before he passed away, actually, we were a little crazy. We liked a good adventure. We were going to go down to the state fair. He passed away on September 6th, so you can tell how close we were. And we drove down to the state fair, and we drove around for 2 hours looking for a parking spot because we can't park just anywhere. We couldn't park in a park and ride and just hop on a bus. You can't do that. You have very limited options when you are truly bound to a wheelchair and require that wheelchair accessible vehicle. And frankly, I'll tell you, most handicap spots are actually not accessible for these kinds of vehicles to begin with. So when these spots are taken up by people who do not need them and who may have the handicap sticker or the plate, but they don't need that spot, that sticker, that plate is not intended for that person, you are removing the ability for someone else to be able to live their life. This is a big deal. I ask for a yes on the amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative New-Brindley. And Representative New-Brindley and I have a personal family connection, and I appreciate her sharing her experience and very much value that. And I will say, Representative New-Brindley and members, the portions of this that potentially increase the fine, increase if somebody does this on a repeated basis, I think that may well be worth discussing. But I just want to point out again, in that situation, we're talking about somebody being convicted of identity theft. And to my mind, that's not an appropriate thing for us to do. And I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing none. I hear somebody.
Madam Speaker, this is Representative Hamilton.
Okay,
there
you go. Yep, Representative Hamilton.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. And being the only member that's in a wheelchair, I simply want to say I appreciate this amendment and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grosso moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A46.
To the member from Clearwater, Representative Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I bring the A46 amendment forward, and as I'm listening to all of this going on, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, this bill is counter public safety. It is hostile to law enforcement and will inhibit recruitment and retainment of peace officers statewide, while letting criminals off with lighter sentences than the court imposed upon them and hiding their records from public. And the A46 amendment, folks, adds a requirement to the duties of the Commissioner of Public Safety. It requires the Commissioner to make sure that local units of government don't replace sworn peace officers with non-sworn personnel. I've heard calls from the left, we have all heard them, to replace officers with social workers or who knows what. Calls to defund the police. So folks, they're not going to be able to keep our communities safe. Non-sworn officers are not going to be able to keep our communities safe from criminals. In my previous amendment, I gave you some statistics as to those facts. What happens when you decrease the number of police officers that are needed? Again, like I said, Minneapolis is your example for the current status of that city of Minneapolis, not caused by the police, but caused by over 4 decades of DFL leadership at all levels, not listening to their officers on the ground, not listening to their chief of police, by not keeping a complement of 888 officers as needed for a city that size, but letting it fall almost 300 officers short. And again, 83 homicides last year alone in Minneapolis, 21 already this year. So folks, please, I ask for your support and I request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mariani moves to amend the Grosso amendment to Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A80.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. That is my amendment. Representative Grosso, you threw a lot of stuff at me there. You know, a lot of it which is just not true. You know, this bill is anti-bad law enforcement. It's not anti-law enforcement. But to the matter before us, the issue with your amendment, quite frankly, is that you're micromanaging from here in St. Paul the decisions that rightfully should be made at the local level relative to the nature, the quantity, the assignment of their peace officers. And frankly, I don't want to be doing that, and I don't think you really want to do that as well. So my amendment fixes your amendment, and it reads that that those local units of government would employ licensed peace officers and other personnel sufficient to maintain public safety in their communities. So we're trusting those local chiefs, those local sheriffs, those local city council, township members to make that decision. Members, I urge support for my amendment.
Discussion to the Mariani amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment to the amendment.
Seeing a request for a roll call, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment to the amendment. Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I would recommend members vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. The clerk will call the names of all those members who have not yet voted.
Baker.
Baker votes no.
Baker, no. Bo.
No.
Bo, no. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Davney.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Houseman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kresha.
Kresha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson N, no.
Nelson,
Got it,
N.
I'll fix it.
Nelson, N, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
No, I know I do. Sorry. The
Lewick, call him. Lewick.
Lewick changes from yes to no.
Lewick changes from aye to no. O'Driscoll.
The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 71 ayes and 63 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Grassel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Chair, I would have to beg to differ with you on this being counter to public safety. I know what your intentions are with this amendment that you've added on here, and it would allow cities like Minneapolis to do exactly what they've done. They've diminished their law enforcement capacity, the numbers of their complement to an unsafe level, and that is why they have 83 homicides last year. They have 21 already this year, sir. And to put people who are not trained to deal with these instant volatile situations on the street is reckless, sir. Madam Speaker, with that, I will withdraw my amendment.
The A44 has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A53.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A53 amendment has to do with what we see coming on the horizon. The law continues to chase technology. This is not a sexy bill. Technology for most in this chamber, members, is not sexy, except for weirdos like myself who technology is almost as exhilarating as attending a Comic-Con convention in San Diego. But nevertheless, as we continue to see technology evolve, one of the things that we see is the evolution of the computer-human interface. And if we were to think, members, how do we interface with our vehicles? We have a gas pedal brake input and a steering wheel input, and then we have outputs. For most of us, when we are using and interfacing with our computers, we have the mouse and keyboard as inputs, and then we have the screen and printers as outputs. And as we have seen, Google, other big technology companies, we've heard Elon Musk speak about the neural interface. And so the question, members, that I would ask Madam Speaker and yourselves, members, is who owns your thoughts? We would think and we would hope that we own our own thoughts, right? But as technology continues to evolve, as we've seen with Google Glasses and others, we're seeing the interface evolve to have direct neural connections, digital connections to our minds. And so what I'm seeking to do is get ahead of this, what we see coming down the road here in evolution and advancement of technology. And there will come a day when the technology will exist to capture thoughts, turn the thoughts in our minds into digital readouts. And then that same technology would allow for the potential abuse of implanting thoughts. Now, does this sound science fiction? Absolutely. But Elon Musk is working on this right now. And so, members, I just wanted to draw this to your attention that we need to begin, instead of, as we've done in this legislature, whether it be student data privacy, whether it be drone legislation, whether it be many of the other things that we've discussed, but unfortunately have been failing to act, we have to get ahead of this before technology gets to a point where, once again, we are chasing it with the law. The law cannot keep up with technology. So members, I know this won't go anywhere right now. So I'm hoping that we can continue the conversation. I authored this a couple terms now, and it is just something, again, it's not sexy and therefore it doesn't get a lot of media attention, but the day will come when our thoughts will be potential to be captured or implanted. So with that, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the A53 amendment.
The A53 has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A57.
To the member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the A57 amendment, like the previous amendment, is not meant to be partisan whatsoever. This is the topic of digital misrepresentation, otherwise known as deepfake, or more commonly known as deepfake. And I'm sure that most have seen these videos that are continuing to be published. This is the third term I've chief authored this. I think it was the last term we were in the majority. I did get a bill hearing, but I believe that I got a bill hearing last term. But I certainly didn't get one this term. And in the first time that I did have a bill hearing, the current chair of the Judiciary Committee spoke against it, and she did not give me a bill hearing this time either. But what this is about, members, is artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms continue to advance and be able to digitally capture somebody's voice, picture, or video and manufacture an event. I don't know if you've seen the videos on just this last election cycle. We had President Obama had a deep fake created about him. There have been many that have had deep fake videos and pictures that have been created, completely manufactured. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, it becomes very difficult to defend oneself against a potential manufacturing of a video or a picture. And members, revenge porn, this is revenge porn to the extreme. Imagine when the technology continues to, as it is right now, slowly working its way down to become readily accessible to any and everybody with a mobile phone. The ability to manufacture and create deep fake being as accessible as a mobile app on a phone puts all of us at risk. Any who would be the potential targets of those that would seek to misrepresent us or misrepresent any members of the great residents of Minnesotans are at risk of this. And I am going to withdraw it, but I see that the chair unmiked himself. I don't know if he has some words that he wants to say before I withdraw it, or if he wants to nod, or I can, if you want to say something, okay, then Madam Speaker, I will end my opening remarks with that.
I'm sorry, Representative Lucero, it was a bit hard to hear you. Did you say you were withdrawing the amendment?
I am not withdrawing it, and I apologize if it was hard to hear me. It appeared that Chair Mariani was going to say something, so I did not withdraw yet.
Okay, thank you. So member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Yeah, very quickly, members, Representative Lucero, thank you for bringing this. I think you may have something here. I think it requires much more careful discussion, not only in public safety, but in judiciary with its privacy, focus on privacy data. But I'm certainly committed to working with you on this. It's an intriguing issue that may be indeed a cutting edge issue. I just don't think we're ready for it right now.
Madam Speaker?
Yep, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that. And this truly is, and I do look forward to working on this. And I do fully recognize that the present wording, it is not my intent to somebody who makes they might digitally alter a picture or something in fun, or we see different memes on the internet. That's not the scope of what the intent here is. This is the intent to misrepresent somebody deliberately and cause them harm. And so, yeah, I do understand that there is some work to be done, but this is an important issue, members. And I sincerely hope we can continue to work on this because again, the law is not keeping up with technology. and the technology continues to become more readily available to people. And this is something that we're going to continue to see and have to deal with. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I withdraw the A57 amendment.
The A57 has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A59.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. This amendment addresses a really important measure that's in the judiciary section of the Omnibus bill, and that's for folks that are in court, the parents that are there defending the right to keep custody and of their child in CHIPS cases, that they would have counsel. And it's really important that these people be represented. And my concern in committee and still with this bill is that it's an unfunded mandate to our counties. So what this bill would do is it would take $520 million from the Human Rights Department that they're giving over and above their base this year, and use that to partially reimburse the counties. It doesn't, I think it was $520 million each year was the estimated cost for this to the counties. And so this would at least help them on the way and give them some financial remuneration for providing this very important counsel to parents who are at risk of losing their children. So I would ask for a roll call and I would ask for member support. Thank you.
Representative Scott requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Becker-Finn. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was glad to hear in the debate earlier that there was concern about human rights. This amendment would take funding away from the Department of Human Rights. I agree with Representative Scott that we do need to find a way to fund parent representation and child protection proceedings, but this isn't the way to do it. Members, please vote no. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to let members know that we've raised the funding for the Department of Human Rights to their base. I believe it's 11% this year. And that doesn't even include some of these other pieces of funding over and above that they have requested funds for. And so I think this is really important. I think keeping your child and in a CHIPS case, potentially keeping your child and proving your case is a human rights issue. And so I think that, again, I would just ask for member support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those members who have not voted yet?
Barr. Barr.
Barr, aye.
Barr, aye. Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Bowe.
Bowe, aye.
Bowe, aye. Davney. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Franzen.
Franson, yes.
Franzen, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Kresha.
Kresha, aye.
Kresha, aye. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A60.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a return of the baseball town team 3-2 beer. I had quoted a movie before. I'm going to quote a movie again to reference something that the chair or the speaker took us through. But several folks have been saying, Nash, this town team baseball thing is mostly dead. But in the inimitable words of Miracle Max from The Princess Bride, mostly dead is still partly alive because, Madam Speaker, Representative Lippert, when he ruled them out of order earlier, said there was no Chapter 340 reference in the Commerce Bill, but wouldn't you know it, in this bill there is. So we've got Chapter 340. It's in the bill. So thank you, Chair Mariani, for putting that in the bill. This maps to it, and as we learned when the Speaker was ruling on Representative Berg's, or talking about Representative Berg's amendment, I guess adjacency is sometimes close enough. So if adjacency is close enough, certainly proximity of being in the same chapter is also more than enough. So members, again, you're probably hearing in your windows the whap of a ball in a glove, and you may go to a town team baseball game here soon, like I know I will. And for Representative Bowe and myself and Senator Coleman, our county is going to be hosting the Minnesota Town Team Baseball Tournament. Members, no money from the cities that host these tournaments have gone into the fields. Like the city of Hamburg has not put money in because they've been able to sell 3-2 beer. And as Representative Dowd and I both talked about, 3-2 is gone. It's going the way of the dodo bird. We are asking a simple request. You've got Chapter 340 in the bill. We've got an amendment to the bill that's in Chapter 340. We're asking for you to put up a green vote to help town teams sell beer to the people who want to come. They have the ability for local control to issue, if they choose to, the license. So we're preserving local control. The MLBA, again, is not against the Nash Amendment, which may be a first here as it relates to liquor. I just wanted to point that out. And Madam Speaker, I would be grateful for your support and would request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Stevenson.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order and am prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Madam Speaker,
he should offer the point of order first.
Representative Stevenson, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, I would ask the Speaker to rule the amendment out of order under Rule 3.21. The amendment's not germane. The bill makes a passing reference to a different section of law under 340 that is not related to this. I don't think it is close to germane, but even if it was closer, adjacent, or whatever the phrase was that Representative Nash used, close may count in horseshoes and hand grenades, but doesn't count in legislating.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker, I would request to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker? Seeing none, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote agrees with the Speaker. A red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Will the Chief Clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
This is so much easier.
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Oh, no.
Bo, no. Davney. Davney. Gruenhagen.
Dabney, aye.
No.
Davney, aye. Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hassan. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Heinzman.
Heisman, no.
Heinzman, no. Kresha.
Kresha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and no.
Nelson, N, no. Swazinski.
Buzinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 65 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A61.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the return of the hashtag drink local, hashtag free the growler versus hashtag free the dime bag amendment. Members, again, we've talked about this being in the bill. The chapter is in there. And can you smell that, members? Well, that's the stench of hypocrisy. It worked really well for you all when you wanted one of your things to go into the bill to help one of your members with one of her amendments that clearly wasn't in the chapter of law. It was adjacent. I'm in the chapter of law. You won't even let it in because you don't want to talk about something that you don't want to talk about. So you use gimmicks and ruling things out of order. But it's in the chapter of law. And I'm embarrassed for you that you don't have the guts to talk about this. If you don't want to vote for it, vote red. Don't use shifts and gimmicks and things to get yourself off the hook. Put up a red vote. Put a little steel in your spine and say, yeah, I'm not going to vote for your bill, Nash, because we don't want to talk about it right now, but we're going to vote no. This is a bipartisan effort. Representative Olson and I have worked on this. There's a number of other members on your side who have put their name on this bill and said it should become law. Or you can just use some shifts and gimmicks. And even though Chapter 340 is in your bill, you're going to take the easy, expedient cop-out and say, well, it's not germane. It is. Either vote red or vote green, but don't chicken out and run away from the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call on this.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Stevenson.
Madam Speaker, point of order under Rule .321, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
State your advice.
Madam Speaker, the amendment is not germane to the bill, much like the last amendment. It raises, it relates to liquor. This is the public safety bill. It doesn't, it's adjacent, but not within the subject matter here.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Nash, we're past that moment. Did you want to appeal?
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
I would request to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
Representative Nash requests.
I'm going to request a roll call as well. Representative Winkler, thanks for that. It's been a long night.
We're throwing you the hands. All right, there's 15 hands. There will be a roll call.
Thank
Representative
you.
Nash.
Madam Speaker, again, I offered my advice a little preemptively in the discussion of the bill, but it's the same chapter. You guys let off Representative Berg with her amendment when it was pretty clear that it was not in the chapter of law, but you found a way to wiggle it in, do the right thing, overturn the ruling of the Speaker, put up your no vote or your green vote, but don't run away in fear. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion. Really? Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called Omnibus Week. Please vote green.
Members, the issue before the House is not currently an amendment. Pay close attention, everyone. It is an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. A yes or a green vote is with the Speaker. A red vote is against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Members, please vote. Will the Chief Clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker. Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Oh, no.
Bo, no. Davney. Davney. Gruenhagen.
Dabney, aye.
Gruenhagen, no.
Davney, aye. Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, what? Hamilton.
no.
Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hassan. Hassan. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Igo.
I go no.
Igo, no. Kresha.
Kresha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and no.
Nelson, N, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 64 nays, the motion does, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this is an important amendment. Over the last few years, we're pushing 900 straight days of gunfire in the city of Minneapolis. Homicides are way up. Violent crime is way up. It's getting dangerous. I know a lot of people in my community won't even go down to Minneapolis anymore. Last year, County Attorney Freeman was in the Public Safety Committee testifying. And he made a statement when we asked about charging people with possession of, ineligible people possession of firearm. He said he didn't charge them because it's not worth the time because it's such a small level of offense. This amendment changes part of that. What this amendment does is increase the penalty for if somebody's a gang member and is in possession of a firearm, it increases it to a felony. We've had a lot of gunfire in Minneapolis. Unfortunately, around, even in St. Paul, there's been a lot of gunfire. There were shots fired just north of here on Rice Street the other day alone. I do ask that you support this amendment. We need to get the firearms out of the criminal aspect in the city and in the state to make it safe for our citizens. I do ask that you will support this, and I do ask for a roll call.
Representative Johnson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moran.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, the A25 amendment creates new costs to the state by establishing a new felony, and therefore, under House Rule 4.03, it is out of order.
I find the point of order well taken. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Also moves to amend Senate File number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The 826 amendment directs the Sentencing Guidelines Commission to re-rank child pornography possession and distribution presumptive sentences on a sex offender sentencing grid. 2 years ago, as part of the Public Safety Omnibus bill, the Sentencing Guidelines Commission was directed to study the ranking of child pornography offenses. This study was part of a bill I authored. The Sentencing Guidelines Commission spent the past 2 years hearing from law enforcement and prosecutors who work in this area. They studied the issue and made changes to the presumptive sentence of child pornography protection. But they didn't go far enough. The judges, prosecutor, and law enforcement members of the commission recommended that the legislature re-rank enhanced possession of child pornography and enhanced distribution of child pornography at a higher level than their current ranking. An enhanced offense is one where the perpetrator had a prior conviction, the perpetrator is a registered predatory offender, the victim is under 13. Madam Speaker, as you know, and members, I've been working since I walked through these doors to try to protect our children, to try to make sure that these animals, for lack of a better term, for people who produce, trade, and disseminate and receive and possess large stashes of child rape, torture, and abuse. From teenagers to infants, they're victimized. Now, I had another piece of legislation that I asked a hearing for, House File 229, but I did not get a hearing on that. As you know, we didn't even get to have the discussion because it had mandatory minimums and it had a price tag. My question to the body is, what is the price tag to keep our children safe? All of our children. So I came with the sentencing guidelines and asked for a little bit more. Just the bare minimum to bring some justice for these victims, these children. There's things in the minority report that infant being hung upside down and burned, tortured. There's video in there of a 5-year-old girl being raped while she's crying for her mother. When is the House of Representatives, that means all of us, going to step up and defend these children to make sure they have justice? Because it hits everybody. It hits every neighborhood. It hits every community. When are we going to do what's right? So, Madam Speaker, I ask for your support and members, and I request a roll call.
Representative Grossell requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moran.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Well, Madam Speaker, first I want to say to Representative Grazel that, protecting children is a high priority of mine and so many of us in this body. But unfortunately, the A26 amendment is identical to the House File 2100, which received a fiscal note in the other body showing a cost of $164,000 in the next budget cycle, and even more in the following year. This will put the bill in violation of the spending limit set by the budget resolution, and therefore under House Rule 4.03, the amendment is out of order.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Rasmussen.
Madam Speaker, I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion to the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker? A yes or a green vote is with the Speaker. A red or a no vote is against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo, no.
Bo, no. Christensen.
Christensen, yes.
Christensen, aye. Davney. Davney. Gruenhagen.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Krisha.
Krisha, no.
Krisha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Novotny moves to amend Senate File number 970, the third engrossment as amended.
Madam Speaker?
The amendment is coded A30.
Who's speaking?
Representative Scott.
Representative Scott. For what purpose do you rise?
Point to parliamentary inquiry.
State your
Point
parliamentary
of
inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry. I don't know if that's the right reason for rising or not, but on the Johnson amendment, you rushed everything through with no one able to have the time to even speak to that. And I have a fiscal note that shows there's zero cost to having that be a felony now. And you rushed it through, and I'd like to know what the big hurry is here. Everything, we're not being allowed enough time to even discuss some of these amendments, and you're pushing them through without even us having the ability to say anything back. And so I'm just wondering what we can do to make sure that doesn't happen in the future, Madam.
Representative Scott, you could push your blue request to speak button or text one of your staff members, or someone in the chamber could stand on a matter. I'm wishing to give everyone the moment to be heard, but Representative Scott, I'm speaking.
Hand raised, but I'll use.
Representative Scott, you're having connection issues. We will proceed to the matter before the House, which is the Novotny amendment. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Amendment 30 adds the crime of recruitment and training to infrastructure damage. Members, think about the damage that a pipeline spill would cause and how much environmental long-term damage that would cause. And I think we can go after the people that are doing the crime. I think we also need to hold the people responsible that are recruiting and training and enabling that crime to take place. It's a fairly simple bill, Madam Speaker, and I ask for a green vote.
Representative Pinto, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise for point of order under Rule 3.21. This amendment, Madam Speaker, contains significant content not contained in the underlying bill, extends it, and as evidence of that, though this is not dispositive, this Chapter 604 is not in the bill, and the amendment is not germane.
I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the
Novotny.
Speaker and request a roll call vote.
Representative Novotny appeals the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the appeal. Representative O'Driscoll. Any further discussion to the appeal? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll unless somebody wants to be recognized. A yes or a green vote is with the ruling of the Speaker. A red or a no vote is against the ruling of the Speaker. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo, no.
Bo, no. Davney.
Daphne, aye.
Davney, aye. Franzen. Franzen.
No.
Franzen, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kresha.
Kresha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
Donald, no.
Donald, no. Poston. Poston. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 63 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it seems like we're kind of on a train here in which everything's being ruled out of order, but I want to get that out of the way right away. I have had Representative Anderson actually submit information on a fiscal note, which this amendment was based on, that had $0 cost to it. And on line 49.8 of the bill, it does reference section 609.221, which this directly entails. And so with that, before I begin, I'd like to request a roll call.
Representative Petersburg requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Pinto, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I do rise to a point of order under 4.03. I want to note for you, Madam Speaker, and for the body that the fiscal note that's referenced was a version of a bill introduced by Representative Petersburg, but the version that is before you, Madam Speaker, is very different language. In fact, this amendment would cause people who would not have gone to prison previously to go to prison. That, of course, is a cost to the state, specifically people who may use a weapon National Guard officers or others. This is obviously a very serious crime. But if they do so under this proposal and they were to go to prison, we would pay a cost for that. And so, Madam Speaker, there is a cost to this amendment, despite what was said in the amendment introduction. And I would ask that you find the point of order well taken, as there is a cost under 4.03. Thank you.
I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I request appeal the ruling of the chair and request a roll call.
Representative Petersburg requests an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Any discussion on the appeal? The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Madam Speaker, I'm having some major issues with my thumb thing, so it's just randomly changing colors.
Okay, Representative Franson, if you're able to text the staff at your leadership staff, they will let me know if you'd like to be recognized to speak. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just because somebody says there's going to be some additional costs, I have provided proof that there's not. And my bill actually currently as it is actually weaker and less involved than the previous fiscal note that I've reported. And now it seems like we're even making up information about whether it costs more or not. I find that very discouraging and is something that I think we really ought to be concerned about. I really think that we ought to not uphold the Speaker and vote this amendment so we can get it heard.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. A green or a yes vote is with the ruling of the Speaker. A red or a no vote is against the ruling of the Speaker. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Ackland.
Ackland, no.
Ackland, no. Bo.
Bo votes no.
Bo, no. Davney.
Daphne, aye.
Davney, aye. Franson.
Franson, no.
Franson, no. Gomez.
Gomez, aye.
Gomez, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kreshaw.
Kresha, no.
Kreshaw, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
Bo is a no vote.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Keel moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A20.
Representative Keel.
Madam Speaker, I would like to temporarily drop my amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
Representative Raleigh.
Madam Speaker, I wish to temporarily withdraw this amendment.
Members, the Speaker determines that the order that the amendments will be called in. And so if you wish to withdraw your amendments, that is one thing. But if you wish to lay them over to a different point in time, that is not in keeping with the custom and usage of the House. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You are dead wrong on that. We have done that for years. The members have asked to temporarily withdraw them, and they'll resubmit them when they want to have them offered, as long as we haven't gone to third reading. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, the A7 amendment is definitely public safety. It's self-defense, and it's referred to as no duty to retreat or stand your ground. And before I continue, I'd request a roll call.
Representative Dameth requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The vast majority of states have removed the duty to retreat before engaging in self-defense. It's on the desk of the governor in North Dakota, and if signed, would make North Dakota the 38th state with no duty to retreat. South Dakota has had it on its books since 1939 and just passed a stronger version of it, similar to the law Utah passed in 1994. Violent crime was peaking in Utah when they passed the Stand Your Ground in 1994. Critics were having a field day when Utah became the first state to enact a strong Stand Your Ground law back in 1994. But despite their wild predictions, the per capita crime rates actually dropped. Violent crimes went down to 22%, aggravated assaults were down 27%, and murders were down 45%. The A7 amendment would shift the burden off of the law-abiding citizen or Good Samaritan and onto the criminal where it belongs. When a law-abiding citizen is acting in a legal way in a place that they have the right to be, their ability to defend themselves or their loved ones should not be diminished by requiring their first thought to be the possibility of flight versus the protection of themselves or their loved ones. In a split second, a person has to decide how to protect themselves or their loved one. Their focus should not be on their focus should be on their safety and the safety of their loved ones, and not on whether or not they can first reasonably escape the danger by running away. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
I think Sherry. You did already. Representative Moeller, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under House Rule 3.21. 3.21 requires an amendment to be germane, and this amendment is on a subject different from that under consideration. The A7 relates to taking a life in self-defense of one's dwelling, brings a new and different subject to the bill. It is not germane and therefore out of order.
I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Dameth appeals the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I missed the audio button. I apologize. Madam Speaker, I rise to this ruling and ask that your ruling be overturned. Madam Speaker, custom and usage provides in this body that pretty well every time that I remember an omnibus public safety bill coming before this body, this amendment has been brought and entertained by this body. It has not been ruled out of order. It's been brought, I think, probably every bill, Madam Speaker. It may have missed one since I've been in this body. Custom and usage is very clear here. You need to give this this needs to be ruled in order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I thought I heard Representative Moeller say that she did not want to defend her home and family, so vote no. Could she respond to that? I realize we're under advice, but my goodness, I want to protect my family and my constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Franson. Seeing no further discussion.
Madam Speaker.
Representative New.
Thank you,
I'm not
Madam
going to
Speaker.
say anything about height. Representative New Friendly.
Well, interesting that you should say that, Madam Speaker, because I think that I will actually say something about height. It's actually a really critical piece of this amendment. And I really appreciate Representative Jameth for bringing this forward and for pointing out that it is, of course, germane to a public safety omnibus bill. You know, I'm a 5-foot-tall woman. And you're telling me that the current law means that if there is a 6-foot-tall, 300-pound man coming after me, I have a duty to retreat. If I have the ability to defend myself, I am not legally allowed to do so. You think that I am any match for a 6-foot-tall, 300-pound man? I got news for you. I'm not. I'm a tough cookie, but I am no match for that. The current law is dangerous, and it puts people at risk. This amendment is clearly germane. Let's have a vote.
Members, the issue before the body is, shall the judgment of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker and members, I have carried this very piece of legislature before, and I can tell you it is germane. It should be voted up or down, because here is the most fundamental piece of Representative Dameth's amendment. Self-protection is a human right. It is all about the public safety. That's what the name of the committee is. That's what the name of this bill is in our colloquial usage of that. And we should not have to, if we are out with friends or loved ones, turn tail and run, not knowing if we are going to be running into a more dangerous situation. Self-defense is a human right. I should not have to feel pressured if I'm out with the members of the dog pound here for dinner and we have someone who confronts us. I may not, as a permit to carry holder, have the ability to defend people if they run ahead of me or behind me because there's something that's more dangerous around the corner. Representative New Brindley is exactly right. If someone like Representative Albright or myself were to intend to do her harm, she is no match for either of us, although she does scare the crap out of me at times, in the best possible way. But it is germane to this bill. We're talking about public safety, and your safety is a human right. Members, rule against the Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, the advice I'm going to give is this. This is the public safety bill. We deal with Chapter 609. In fact, Chapter 609 is mentioned in the title 31 times. 31. This amendment deals with Chapter 609. But the Speaker has ruled that Chapter 609 amendment doesn't belong in a bill that we deal with Chapter 609. If this is the case, and this body upholds the Speaker, we can go home. Because there's not a single amendment we can add. Every amendment we've added should be removed. This is absolutely ridiculous. Overturn the Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal.
Sorry.
Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
No.
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Oh, no.
Bo, no. Davney.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kresha.
Grisha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson. Thompson. Thompson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I temporarily withdraw this amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Listegard moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23.
Representative Listegard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a really simple amendment. It is for permit to carry application renewals may be accepted in person, electronically, or by United States mail at the sheriff's discretion. And I would appreciate everyone to support this amendment.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21, germaneness. This amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill does not relate to firearms in this way. I will note that there is the briefest of references, simply a word change, a chapter, and Madam Speaker, I'd ask that you find the point of order well taken.
I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call vote.
Representative Doubt appeals, requests a ruling, requests an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Listegard yield to a question?
Representative Listegard,
Sure.
would you yield to a question?
Sure will, Madam Speaker.
He will. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Listegard, you and I have talked about this amendment, and I am wholly supportive of your amendment. Just for the members' edification, can you tell me whether in public safety chapters, whether or not the concept and discussion around permits to carry is contained within that bill?
Representative Listegard.
Madam Speaker and Representative Nash, I think that this is a wonderful amendment. I understand all the discussion and the political games that is taking place, and I sure hope, in all honesty, that my amendment makes it past this political game that is being played on the House floor. That's what I hope, Representative Nash.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Representative Doubt, state your point of order.
Yeah, Representative Listegard just questioned the motives of Representative Pinto and called what he is doing on the House floor right now games, and I think that's outrageous.
Representative Nash, you have the floor.
What you're doing is games right now.
Representative Nash has the floor. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Listegard, thanks again for that answer. You hit it spot on. Your own caucus is playing games with you because they, once again, are feckless and trying to hide behind things and Representative Winkler, you can just let that one go. They are playing political games with your amendment to their bill because they don't want to talk about something that is infinitely reasonable, germane to the bill, is a public safety issue, is in the chapter of law that we are dealing with, and yet we run away from taking hard votes. So I would encourage members to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, find a spine and get it right.
Any further discussion? Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Lislegard would yield for a question.
Representative Lislegard, will you yield to a question?
Madam Speaker, I'm not playing these games. It is what it is. It's going to be what it's going to be. I'm extremely disappointed that the games were played on the House floor on my amendment that it should have passed.
Madam Speaker?
I'm going to take that as a no. Representative Lucero.
Well, I didn't hear a no. So, Madam Speaker, would Representative Lislegard yield for a question?
Representative Lislegard, would you yield to a question?
It's going nowhere, so no, I'm not.
He will not. Representative Lucero.
Well, Representative Lislegard, you have no idea what I'm going to ask. I am very disappointed. To be honest, I was going to ask a fair question. I'm very disappointed, Madam Speaker, that Representative Lislegard is questioning my motive in what I was going to ask in some kind of a game or something like that. So I will yield the floor.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not envy you this evening, and I sincerely mean that. I've been Speaker Pro Tem in this chamber for a number of years, and you were a minority leader, and you were the deputy minority leader. And I remember seeing these things come my way and having to rule on this stuff, so I do not envy you. But you know what? You've broken a record this evening. Congratulations. You and your caucus now own the Minnesota House of Representatives record for denying the minority the ability to have things heard. So I appreciate that. And Representative Lislegard, I think you're on track, and I'm sorry that your party will not back you tonight. Members, vote with Lislegard. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the speaker. A yes or a green vote is with the speaker. A red or a no vote is against the ruling of the speaker. Members, please vote. Members using the remote voting technology, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Bonner.
Bonner, yes.
Bonner, aye. Baker. Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo, no.
Bo, no. Greenman. Greenman, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Houseman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kresha.
Grisha, no.
Kresha, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
Thompson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 66 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. Amendment is coded A32.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I believe there is an amendment to the amendment. I would like to have that moved forward.
Representative Pinto, for what purpose do you rise?
We're just going to jump the gun? Okay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order pointing out that this is a duplicative amendment. We've had a ruling on the exact same language just previous to this one, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, did we even report my amendment?
We did report your amendment. It is the A32. Representative Pinto, state your point of order. You must reference a rule.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe we actually voted on that last. You ruled it out of order. We did not vote for it. Subsequently, it is still germane.
And Madam Speaker?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My error. I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21, and for the same reason as the previous, this is the exact same language.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it's in the chapter of law. It's in the bill. And Representative Winkler has given me the stink eye, so I won't challenge your mettle, but maybe I will a little. It's in the bill. It's germane. It's in this statute right here. This is the law that governs the bill that you're carrying. It's in the bill. Run away if you will.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Lucero.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a genuine question this time. What order of business are we on? I honestly have lost track with what's happening here.
We are on the A32 Nash Amendment. Representative Pinto rose to a point of order under 3.21 germaneness. I found the point of order well taken. Representative Nash wishes to appeal the ruling of the Speaker. So we are on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker.
Inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on the A32, and then just as if I heard Representative Pinto correctly, he raised his point of order immediately after Representative Nash stated the words, "I have an amendment to the amendment." So was the point of order that Representative Pinto rose, was it on the A32 or was it on one of the amendments to the amendment?
It was on the A32, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. A green or yes vote agrees with the Speaker. A no or a red vote disagrees with the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Members using the remote voting technology, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo, no.
Bo, no. Gomez. Gomez. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Kreshaw.
Grisha, no.
Kreshaw, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
Donald, no.
McDonald, no. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, no. Robbins. Robbins, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. West.
No.
West, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment was something I spoke about here on the education bill. It is in regards to permitting school staff to be able to have an enhanced permit to carry. As we know and as we discussed, or as I mentioned earlier this week, our children, our students in schools are our most precious asset. And this was ruled not germane to the education bill, of which students are in schools. And so protecting students, if it wasn't an education issue, it most certainly is a public safety issue. So I look forward to members and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion to the Lucero amendment.
And I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Lucero requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, this amendment is not germane. The A43 relates to the issuance of permits to carry by teachers. It brings a new and different subject into the bill. It is not germane and therefore it's out of order.
Representative Moeller, I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I challenge the ruling of the Speaker and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Lucero requests to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion?
Madam Speaker.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you. Just to emphasize, we've now had a ruling that protecting students in schools is not germane to the education bill. And now protecting students and their public safety is not germane to the public safety bill. So if it's not germane to the education bill, it can only be germane to the public safety bill. And so members, I would encourage a red vote to overturn the incorrect ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the Speaker. Members, please vote. Members using the remote voting technology, please double check and make sure that your vote has worked. Will the clerk call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker, no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo votes no.
Bo, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Jurgens.
Jurgens, no.
Jurgens, no. Kreshaw.
Grisha, no.
Kreshaw, no. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Olson, B. Olson Bean, no. Pearson. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, no. Robbins. Robbins, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. West.
West, no.
West, no.
Houseman changes from no to aye.
Houseman changes from no to aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 64 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk.
Raleigh moves to amend Senate File Number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A6 is an amendment is a technical clarification to Minnesota law. And I would like to refer the members to, to the bill that's before us. And this amendment goes to 624.712 at page 342.12. And that references also at 624.7181 at page 268.10. 624.7141 at page 268.8. 624.7132 at page 268.7, 624.713 at page 243.2, 624.712 at page 227.1, 624.714 at 145.2, 624.718 at page 103.1, and finally, as the blanket, 624 in whole is referenced at page 102.20. And Madam Speaker, as I said, this is a technical clarification. The A6 amendment prohibits the closure of gun ranges during a declared peacetime emergency. Now, Governor Walz's Executive Order 20-99, dated November 18th, closed a number of indoor facilities, and the language in the section in the executive order does not specifically state that indoor gun ranges are included in the shutdown order. Attorney General Keith Ellison sent a letter, and that letter stated specifically that Executive Order 20-99, which closed certain places of public accommodation, including indoor sports facilities, and that was the justification utilized for the closing, and then threatened a $25,000 penalty for the business owner that was claiming to have an indoor sports facility. Now, the classification of an indoor gun range as an indoor sports facility, even though they're not classified as such by the governor's executive order, provides us with a technical change to the existing law that should not have been ruled that way. So what we're attempting to do here is clarify existing law and making sure that we're codifying the fact that a gun range is not an indoor sports facility. And that would be the same way as clarifying it as a handball or squash or indoor tennis. That would be an indoor sports facility. Gun ranges exist so people can train. This includes sworn peace officers and other public servants, as well as citizens who are under Minnesota's existing law that need to qualify at a shooting range in order to receive their permit to carry. The permit to carry is specifically codified law that is on the books right now, and by closing an indoor closing an indoor gun range, that would then fly in the face of the current law and then put it at odds of the laws that are on the books. The A6 amendment makes it clear that gun ranges may not be closed during a governor-declared state of emergency. And if we take a look at Governor Walz's Executive Order 2099 for indoor sports, we take a look at this one and we see that Gymnasiums, fitness centers, recreation centers, and I won't read the rest of the list, are the codification in his executive orders of what the indoor facilities are. However, in the same exact executive order that we're referencing, it also states that there are definitions of critical businesses. And these are businesses whose workers are qualified for a critical sector exemption under paragraph 6 of Executive Order 20-48. So that leads us to the Executive Order of 20-48. And the 20-48 states specifically that workers supporting indoor gun ranges or shooting ranges, when providing qualifications and shooting skills, are maintained to licensed Minnesota peace officers and others. And I won't read all the indications that are in there, but that leads me back to the A6 amendment. And now the way that these laws work is if a section is underlined in the A6 amendment, it means it's adding new language. And so I'd like to take to point your attention to page 2 that says in 2.5, and this is existing currently codified law, that in subsection 4, that no law shall close or limit the operating hours of businesses, including but not limited to gun ranges. Now this is, I'm not changing the law with this amendment. This is already on the books. What we're doing here is making sure, this is the part that we're changing, is we're putting into the law, including but not limited to gun ranges. The reason we're doing this clarification is because the Attorney General classified the indoor gun ranges as indoor sports facilities, and what we're doing with the A6 amendment is clearly calling out in plain language that an indoor sports or an indoor range is not a sports facility. And that finally leads us to the fact that Minnesota statute specifically states that a facility that sells ammunition, and I checked with all the gun ranges in my district and several others, and I reached out to several other very well-informed people, and I cannot find an indoor gun range that does not sell ammunition. So, Madam Speaker and members, that's my amendment.
Representative Moeller.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, amendments must be germane, and A6 relates to gun ranges. It brings a new and different subject into the bill. It's not germane and therefore is out of order.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise against that, and I ask for a ruling to change your ruling, and I ask for a roll call.
Madam Speaker, I make
Representative Raleigh requests to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Raleigh yield for a question?
Representative Lucero.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, Representative Raleigh, I love that you prefaced your remarks with all of the citations that the current bill has that are relevant to your amendment. I just wanted to make sure what I heard was your reading all of the cross references in the existing bill before us and how it directly links, ties, and causes your amendment to be germane.
Representative Lucero, are you requesting Representative Raleigh to yield?
I did, and I saw his image here through the Zoom to nod. So I thought that you had acknowledged that he did.
He will yield. Representative Raleigh.
Madam Speaker, I believe he asked if he could ask me a question. I didn't hear the question, so Madam Speaker, I would ask that he clarify what his question was.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm holding my microphone closer to my mouth now. Hopefully, am I coming through okay, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Representative Lucero, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Raleigh. Did I understand your comments accurately when I heard your preface you went through the bill and cited all of the cross references in the bill before us and how they are in the amendment you're offering, thereby making the cross references and the amendment germane.
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lucero, thank you very much for the question. I want to make sure that you did hear what I said. In the current bill that's before us, of which the A6 amendment is asking to amend, we have 624.712 on page 342.12. We also have a reference to 624.7181 at page 268.10. 624.714 or 7141 at page 268.8, 624.7132 at page 268.7, 624.713 at page 243.2, 624.712 at page 227.1, 624.714 at 145.2, or I'm sorry, 20, 624.7181 at page 103.1. And finally, 624 is referenced as the entire section. If you'll look on page 102.20. Madam Speaker, I believe that answered his question.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will tell you, I have been so incredibly impressed, Madam Speaker, by Representative Raleigh's incredible thoroughness, not only right now, as we just witnessed on the House floor, but all throughout this session in committee, so much so that I actually called former Representative Rumbeck to express my high regard and appreciation for Representative Raleigh. And so therefore, with all of those cross references, it certainly is very clear that the speaker was incorrect in her ruling, and that we even had a vote to the body yesterday or the day before that cross references, this is the most recent ruling that this body has had, that cross references are indeed enough to cause an amendment to be germane to the bill. So I look forward, members, to you voting red for intellectual honesty and consistency. Thank you.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And parliamentary inquiry, could you remind the body, what's the question right before the body right now?
The question before the body is an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker on the Moeller point of order to the Raleigh A6 amendment. Representative Koznick, I found the point of order well taken. Representative Koznick.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, I wanted to actually rise to provide advice to the Speaker, but since that advice was, opportunity for advice was quite limited, I just want to mention then to the speakers under parliamentary procedure, Section 90.2, the minority has a right to debate. And you might not like the debate, you might not like the questions put before the body through that debate. Representative Raleigh has quite thoroughly indicated that his amendment is in order and germane, and the right of the minority cannot be deprived by the arbitrary will of the majority. And so, Madam Speaker, if you could give us a little bit more opportunity to appeal the ruling of the, or not appeal the ruling of the chair, but to give you advice. It is your job as the Speaker, not as the Speaker of the Democrats, but the Speaker of the body, to facilitate fair debate. And with your limited ability to seek advice, you are diminishing the voice of the minority and not executing your role as Speaker of the House of Representatives to permit debate. So members, I would encourage you to rule against the Speaker.
Representative Johnson. Representative Dowd. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the speaker. Members, please vote. A green vote upholds the ruling of the speaker, or a red vote goes against the ruling of the speaker. Members might want to double check their votes to make sure they feel like they voted correctly. The clerk will call the names of the members who have not voted yet.
Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Bo.
Oh, no.
Bo, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Mason.
Aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
Donald, no.
McDonald, no. Olson, B. Olson, B, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Baker voted the wrong way by accident, I hope.
There being 72 ayes and 62 nays, the judgment of the House is that the decision of the Speaker shall stand.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Lucero, state your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am just wondering if you can help provide some clarity. When the identical question before the body has been voted with two different outcomes separated by a mere 24 hours in each of the questions before the body, again with two different outcomes, how is custom and usage established when there is an apparent zero consistency?
Representative Lucero, if you're referring to the ruling by the body itself, the rulings of the body have no precedential impact on the rulings of the Speaker. Representative Lucero.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Keel moves to amend Senate File number 970, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is code is A20.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment recognizes, Minnesota recognizes the Second Amendment in the United States Constitution that guarantees our fundamental right, individual right to keep and bear arms. This amendment would allow for citizens to be able to carry on their own property in public areas. Basically, members, I'm not going to read this, but I want to acknowledge that often the patriarch often talks about going to school with their rifle in their car and going off and shooting something, you know, hunting or whatever after school. But the point is that our fundamental rights, our Second Amendment rights, are there. So this would allow us to have a permit that would be optional. This is part of the section of our law 624, and it would, like I said, it would offer the optional permit. The other thing that I noted when I asked one of my law enforcement gentlemen, I said, I don't know how you feel about this, and we happened to have a conversation. And he said, oh, I'm fine with that. You wouldn't believe how many permits I signed. This would allow me to have a permit, or not even have a permit, but have the right to carry. And, but of course, if I were to defy the law, then that would be a change. So this would offer me the right to protect. We've had that conversation. It is very important to be able to protect ourselves. I will share this story because I'm afraid this is going away also. When you read the tea leaves, you get smart real fast. You know, I hear about this not being public safety, but one morning my youngest daughter called me and said, hey, Mom, guess what? We woke up and our computer was gone. Really? I said. How did that happen? Well, it seems while we were sleeping with 3 children in the house, somebody broke in, took the computer. So they called law enforcement. Law enforcement came over and asked them what they knew, and they took what evidence they could take. And my son-in-law is a big man and a very good hunter, and believe me, there's guns in the house. And he said, well, next time I'll make sure that, you know, I'm aware of it, and I'll take care of the intruder. And the law officer said, and I quote, well, sir, make sure he's in the house, not out of the house. And it really bothers me that he doesn't have that right to protect himself. And in this case, be able to have a weapon, whether it's a pistol or a gun, to be able to protect himself. And, you know, I don't even think it matters where you live, but I live in the country, quite rural. And there are all kinds of things that can happen. And I need to be able to protect myself, whether it's in my car or, unfortunately, decked a deer or something that isn't quite deceased. You don't want to leave an animal suffering. And all of those things are ways that you can use your ability to carry and how important that is. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Keel requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, an amendment must be germane, and the 820 provides for permitless carry of a firearm, brings a new subject into the bill. And I'll just point out that it amends 624.714, which is not amended by the bill, and cross-references in the bill to Chapter 624 mentioned previously do not make this germane. The bill does not involve guns. It does not involve a permit to carry. The amendment is not germane, and therefore it is out of order.
I find the point of order well taken.
Madam Speaker, I move to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call vote.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is not only so germane, I can't believe it, but it's also really an important issue, so I'd encourage members to vote red, overturn the ruling of the Speaker, and let's go ahead and vote on this important issue that Representative Keel has brought forward, and I think it's so important to her as well, so let's just go ahead and do this.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, I wonder what has changed since 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, I brought this amendment to the Public Safety Omnibus Bill 2 years ago. I brought the Castle Doctrine Amendment 2 years ago. Both of them, Madam Speaker, were ruled to be germane. They were not called out of order. We got votes on both of them 2 years ago. Madam Speaker, we have an omnibus public safety bill every biennium during the time when we set the budget. We have the same rules, Madam Speaker, we had 2 years ago. The same rules. We have the same speaker we had 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. We're trying to figure out what's changed here. The hierarchy for decision-making starts with the Constitution of the country, the Constitution of our state, the rules of our state, the rules of the laws of the state the rules of the House, custom and usage, and then Masons. Custom and usage, Madam Speaker, provides that this is germane to a public safety bill that contains section 6 or chapter 624 all over it, chapter 609 all over it. This is not, Madam Speaker and members, this is not being intellectually honest. And I should maybe remind you, Madam Speaker and members, 2 years from now when you're in the minority, because you will be, you're going to be in our spot. Let me ask you if you think you're treating us fairly and consistently with the custom and usage of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have Masons, Chapter 13, Decorum and Debate, Section 120, Equality of Members in Debate. The rights and duties of members of a legislative body are derived from and founded upon the absolute equality of members. Every member has the same right as any other member to present questions for the consideration of the House and has the same right to be heard. Members must not be permitted by their conduct to deny to others that which they claim for themselves. It is the duty of all members to conduct themselves so as not to obstruct the rights of other members. What we're witnessing tonight is a mockery of House rules, Masons, and custom and usage of this body. The majority has the votes to defeat these amendments, but debates are cut short and we're not even allowed to vote. This is worse than a mute button. I can't even believe members of the majority party are complicit in this shameful exhibition. I can assure you that the lack of respect you're showing us is reciprocated. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Appreciate those comments from Representative Jurgens. And I just wanted to take a minute to explain to those in the majority party who have maybe not served in the minority before, that every one of us, when we get sworn in on the first day of session, is pretty proud of the fact that we were elected by our constituents to come here and to serve in this amazingly beautiful place and represent their voices at the Capitol. And I will say that while an issue may not be important to you, it may be very important to us and to our constituents. And judging from the comments from those at home who are texting me, the frustration that Representative Jurgens is feeling right now is rippling through our caucus. And I will say that in my years here in the House, I can't remember a time when so many things, so many times were ruled out of order that really didn't need to be. And while you may not feel these issues are important or you don't want to vote on them, just remember that every election certificate here is equal. And every member here has a voice and has an opportunity to speak that voice. And while in the majority you get your bills heard in committee and they get to move on, in the minority we don't get hearings, we very often get stifled, we don't get an opportunity to talk about the issues that we care about. So we do that here on the House floor. And while it may seem trivial to you, we talk about these issues and we bring them forward because they are important to us. And this is, in a situation where you're in the minority, this is the only place and the only time at which you get to express that. And so I just hope you don't leave here today thinking that any of what happened here was trivial, because as I said a couple of times now, you may not feel like these issues are important to you, but they are important to us. And we feel that we deserve to not only get to talk about them, that we should get to vote on them. And I will say that many of my members feel that the rules have been misused tonight to prevent us not only from not voting on these issues and not showing our constituents that we care about these issues, but when you rule them out of order, only the person that makes the motion gets to speak on it. The other members of our caucus don't get to stand up and express to people at home and show them that they really do care about these issues. So in the future, I know that everybody wants to get out of here by midnight, and we know ultimately what the outcome of the bill is. But I would say that in the future, let's try to do a better job of just kind of understanding that we can work together, but that also means, let us offer our amendments once in a while and let us vote on them, and let us talk to our constituents at home and let them know through our speeches here how we feel. And we can do that. We don't have to run the clock out for hours and hours. We can be fair, but we do feel like we should have some time to do that. So I just wanted to, in a very respectful way, express that my members are feeling some frustration. And I assure you, if you're here long enough, if you haven't served in the minority yet, you will. It's the nature of this place. And I'll tell you that in the past, we have treated each other pretty well because we know that the tables can turn in this chamber. So I'll just ask that as we move forward, maybe we give a little more consideration to following the rules a little more to the letter of the law. And if you don't like something, vote against it. We would appreciate that respect. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I realize we're in the ruling of the Speaker. I would encourage our members and those who want to have this conversation about having the Second Amendment right be important, that they should vote red. Members, I will also tell you, I come from a district, the whole northwest corner, that would be very upset. And oh, by the way, somebody said to me today, oh, they don't listen. I got 3 emails from somebody texting me, what the hell are you guys doing? This is crazy. And they're watching, not just my mom. But the point is that this is very important to rural Minnesota. Counties are starting to do this on their own. This is really, should be discussed. And I remind members to vote red.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would ask members to take a pause this evening to think about why we are here and the message that the majority is sending to Minnesota and to the people they want to protect. Those who've been oppressed, those who've been perhaps downtrodden, and those who haven't had their voice heard. And if you want to be leaders, you can lead, or you can show that there is no change, and it's window dressing. So I'm not scolding, I'm just offering some advice for pondering this evening as we are about ready to wrap up shortly. How are we going to finish the rest of this session? What message are we really going to send to Minnesota? That the minority, the chosen minority, or the unchosen minority? You as the majority, you can set the tone. It's up to you. We've heard a lot from you this evening and all session long. And Minnesota is watching because of events of the past several months. Tell Minnesota what you really believe. Do you or do you not stand up for all of the persons who are in the minority? Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Any further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker? Representative Jurgens, are you seeking recognition for a second time? Hearing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Members, will the chief clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker.
Baker votes no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo votes no.
Bo, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Mason.
Aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 63 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 970, as amended.
Third reading, discussion to the bill as amended. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a good bill. You should feel good voting for it. Please vote green. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. After an evening of having everything shut down, maybe if you guys want to rule my third reading speech out of order, maybe stand up and get recognized. This is a bad bill. Beyond the fact that what's in the bill doesn't address the actual needs of what it's supposed to be doing, just the sheer shutdown of the voice of the minority is staggering. Part of me wants to just not even log in remotely anymore. You guys can just vote for me the way you want since you've chosen to drive everything that direction anyway. You know, when I first got here, we came in the majority, and we provided the minority an opportunity to fully vent your spleen with amendments, conversation in committee, anything you wanted. Apparently, that's no longer important or interesting to any of you. Chapters of law that clearly belong in the conversation ruled out of order capriciously. It's disappointing. Many of the points that have been made by a lot of our members who are professional law enforcement people ignored, brushed off like it was a piece of dandruff off of your shoulder. And as I had said before, just the stench of hypocrisy is filling this room. We should do better. Minnesota expects better. You've acted poorly. And if I could vote no twice, man, I would. Such a disappointment. Can't even bring up an idea to be debated. Even your own member couldn't bring it up. Couldn't bring up an idea to be amended into the bill from your own member. That's a good look on you all. Horrible bill, horrible policies, not even balanced, didn't listen to the voice of the minority. And in not listening to the voice of the minority, you're not listening to the voices that we all represent from our districts. For those of you that have noticed, your caucus has been incredibly concentrated into the metro area. What does this say to the people not in the metro area? We don't care about your voices. That's what it says to me. This bill is a travesty. Your behavior is even worse. Vote red.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to address the judiciary and civil law bill first before I make some other comments. And there were some good things and some bad things in the bill. I'm super glad that we were able to reach some agreement on the civil asset forfeiture that's been worked on for many years. And I'm excited to see how that works and how that allows people more rights to get into the court to get some of their property back. And I like the fact that we are funding the public defenders more, that we're funding the courts more. And I think it's really important, the piece that I already addressed about parents going into court to fight for their children in Chip's court, and how that representation is very, very important. And of course, I hope that you'll remember these same fundamental premises when it comes to other family law issues, where people are fighting for the rights to access to their children as well. There are some bad policies in this bill. As we spoke before, the pay equity issue, had the presumption been taken out, I believe we would have had unanimous or near unanimous support for that bill. So either the majority wants to, have these policies and implement them for the people that they claim to advocate for, or they don't. Because on a situation like that, that presumption was not going to make any difference. It hasn't made, other states have passed it. None of them have passed it with a presumption in there. And they're able to enforce this law just fine. But one of my biggest disappointments was tonight in Brian Johnson and Representative Johnson's amendment regarding gang members and in possession of firearms. And then the fact that that was ruled out of order before we could even get to the amendment, because I think probably the majority knew that there was zero cost, that I had a fiscal note that was much broader than just making it a felony for gang members to illegally transfer a firearm to someone that was ineligible. It was much broader than that. In fact, the fiscal note was on the bill that I've asked for hearings on time and time again, and that is to take it from a gross misdemeanor to a felony when you are illegally transferring a firearm to an non-qualified person. Now, again, either the left is insincere in what they want to accomplish. They claim to be wanting gun safety and to make sure that firearms are taken out of hands of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. And so we put forth a legitimate bill with zero fiscal cost, and the DFL won't take the bill. I'm really disappointed in Chair Mariani for never giving me a hearing on this bill. It's been heard in the Senate. And if you're really sincere about wanting to do something about getting guns out of the hands of the wrong people, then you'll take that in conference committee. But just keep in mind that I do have the fiscal note on that, and it's a fresh one from this year. Zero money. So members, I encourage a no vote on this bill. It also concerns me in this bill that it's going to discourage people from going into law enforcement as a profession. And as we've spoken before on this House floor, there's a smaller and smaller pool of people that our agencies, our police departments and our sheriff's offices have to choose from when they have a job opening. And if you want good police officers, if you want good law enforcement officers, you've got to get more people to go into the profession so that the pool is larger and these agencies can be more discriminating in who they hire. So I will conclude my remarks there, Madam Chair and members, and I would encourage a no vote on this bill.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair Mariani, for bringing this bill to the floor. There are some very honorable and much needed changes in this bill, and changes that need to be made. They're changes that'll make a difference. Members, during the first meeting of the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Reform and Policy Finance Committee, we were asked by the chair to give a brief outline of our plans for the session. I explained that I plan to keep first things first, and standing up for crime victims would be my first priority. Our committee did move several bills that actually achieved the primary purpose of the public safety. We passed bills that clarify that incapacity for any reason does not imply consent. We made common sense changes that help low-income drivers keep their license so they can get to work and keep the job. We moved bills at the request of state agencies that help juveniles in custody keep their dignity and not be subjected to repeated visual strip searches. We extended mandatory reporter status to more adults so there are more eyes and more ears out there watching for the safety of children. We agreed under that first things first theory that it's more important for a crime victim, regardless of their immigration status, to be able to report that abuse or be a witness to crime without fearing deportation. Public safety issues, if you paid attention, got through the committee, usually on a 100% vote. The one public safety bill of note that went sideways was the SAFE bill. And it went sideways because the criminal justice police reform policy strings that were attached. Another example of a conflict was the Veterans Restorative Justice Act. And who would have thought that keeping victims first would get your motives questioned and it would be said that you sound stupid and are hypocritical by the majority leader. I recommend a read on this bill, and I'm going to tell you why. There are provisions in this bill that any peace or police officer that uses deadly force for any reason, whether justified or not, will have the threat of civil action hanging over them with no statute of limitation. For all I know, this would extend to the officer's estate after their death. I think of the times that by good luck, tactics, and confidence in my abilities, I did not use lethal force. I was able to convince the subjects to drop their weapons, change their minds, and not make me take that shot. I think about a call I took once where a man who grew up in my area but now lived in southern Minnesota had showed up at his parents' house in the early morning. He told his parents that he had killed the mother of his infant child, and he was dropping the child off with them before he went out into the woods with the shotgun and was going to kill himself. The parents called. I was very close, so I was there before he could leave the house. He then told his parents that he was going to walk out and do a suicide by cop. The dispatch and the parents were able to convince him to give up the shotgun and surrender. There was another time a trooper was chasing a person who had multiple warrants for manufacturing of methamphetamine. He had a pretty good prison sentence hanging over him. He was known to all of us. The trooper gave chase, did a pit maneuver, disabled his vehicle, and after the vehicle got stuck in the ditch, the man got out of the car and pointed a revolver at the trooper as he ran into the woods. Well, I was close, and I saw that suspect run out of the woods on the other side out into a pasture, still carrying the World War II surplus revolver. I caught up with him as he stole a tractor that was hooked up to a feed grinder, and he tried to get away. As far as I know, that's the only recorded tractor jacking ever to have taken place in the state of Minnesota. You had one too? I had one. Okay. So we had a tractor jacking before that was an in thing. He made it about 50 yards before he got stuck, got out to run with the gun still in his hands before he realized he was circled, and he stopped. As he stood with the gun at his side, he asked to call his girlfriend. I told him in no uncertain terms that if the gun so much as started to point at me or anyone else, he was done. Eventually, he gave up the gun and he was taken into custody. Both of these cases could have gone wrong in a heartbeat. Both of these cases could have ended up with the threat of a lawsuit hanging over my head in perpetuity. Not for the decisions that I made, but for the decisions they made and I had to react to. Nothing in that bill has to do with reform. It has to do with intimidation. Going forward, as I stand here, I ask, is there anyone in the majority that actually wants to work with me, that wants to sit down and have an open and honest discussion and try to figure out a plan to make the public safer? Members doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. We need to try things different. As an example, last summer, Chair Mariani proposed a bill that would mandate police officers intervene if they see another officer using excessive force. I was thankful when he accepted my amendment that in addition to having a law, you actually have training to practice that. Yesterday, as I was composing this letter, I actually got an email from Representative Long. Representative Long had proposed an amendment that he was going to bring forward that would change the way we handle notifications of people when they get a court notice. And initially, I kind of blew you off. I apologize, Representative Long. It was a bad day yesterday, a little emotional. But as I thought about it, we do that with notices of order for protection. If someone has been had an order for protection issued against them, but they weren't there in court to know about it, they're given what's called a short order notification at a traffic stop. Here's the form, here's your court date, here's the conditions of your court order that are against you. And I thought, why couldn't we try that? It's worth trying something going forward. Okay, so Representative Long, I hope you keep bringing that up. There's some things I'd like to work with you on it, but if we can avoid a trip to the jail, every trip that is not going to the jail is a trip that squad is not tied up and that squad is available to respond to an emergency call. So even by that, if we achieve just a couple of trips to the jail, it'll be worth it. And I'd just like to wrap up by saying that if our only solution is to make another law, none of us would be here. If we had to just make a law to stop people from doing bad things or hurting other people, our jails would be empty. We need to look at how we can help people not break the laws. Once again, I plea with anyone that wants to sit down and have an honest conversation and think about ideas like this, please contact me.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Novotny, that was great because it was heartfelt. This is my 7th year here, and I learn more and more every time. The longer you're here, the more you see new things. And tonight, I certainly saw a display of new things that are very disappointing. And it was not only the behavior that I saw that was put upon the minority, that's already been addressed, but just the whole process of dealing with this bill as I watched about the room and the relative indifference of what the other side was saying, coming from both sides. And I'm going to keep my promise tonight. I had spoken to Chair Mariani on a couple different occasions, and after Ways and Means and much reflection, I said I'm going to vote for your bill, and I'm going to do that tonight, which goes against everything that I am for a couple reasons. First of all, what I really want to do, members, is I just want to walk out of here, not vote at all, go home to my wife, who's probably up right now with my special needs son, because he probably wet his bed again. And she has to take care of that and get up in the morning and work and do the things that real people do that none of you seem to do. I can't believe the games that are played in this room. But I'm going to keep my word, because Chair Mariani, anyone that was listening to him, and I'm talking to both sides here, anyone that listened to him, I was stunned in Ways and Means. He put together a pretty darn good bill. Now, there are lots of things on it that I would not vote for. There are things in there that really upset me, like the bill that says you're gonna harm my little town of Appleton just because the union asked you to. There are other things in this bill that I can't agree with. There are a lot of things that I can't agree with. But it seems like in this room we're not going to speak to the bill. We're going to speak to my side. You're going to speak to your side. And I thought perhaps in some naive way, if someone's willing to walk into the middle, that some other people would walk with me. And maybe that will still happen. I really don't believe that. I want to give you the reasons why I'm going to vote for it. So when I was first running for office, one of the common questions I got more than once was, if you're elected, is that going to change you? Because I was talking about some pretty bold things at the door. And my answer became clear after the first couple times that I really don't know. And by the way, if I do change, then at the next election, that's for you to decide if I changed in the wrong way. I'd like to think that this place has changed me for the good. But one of the important things that I came into this with is you have to stick to your moral bearings, your standards. And the one way that I did that when I was first elected, anyone that's been in my office sees that I put four framed pictures up there of four men that I really respect. One's President Lincoln, one is President Reagan, one is President Kennedy, and then there's the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. And they had great quotes on making tough decisions in very difficult times. And folks, I really believe that we are in very difficult times. I want to read the quote from the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. that hangs in my room. "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. The true neighbor will risk his position, his prestige, and even his life for the welfare of others." That's a Bible reference, folks. That's from John. "Greater love has no man than this, that he laid down his life for his friend." Members, I think we can all agree. We can argue on what the role of government is in a lot of ways. But one thing I think we can agree on is that public safety is one of our roles. Are we going to keep the public safe? We have a role in that, members. Just give me a moment, Madam Speaker. I apologize, and I know we're coming upon midnight, so if something needs to be done, this would be a good time to do it. Go ahead.
Representative Miller, go ahead and finish.
Okay. I just didn't know what the midnight thing meant. Sorry that I got distracted on that. But members, when we talk about public safety, do we really believe in protecting the entire public? There's so many things I want to say on this, but I will keep it as brief as I can. One of the overriding messages that we've certainly heard in the last year, and the question raised and the demand, the command, however you want to put it, is, do Black Lives Matter? And members, of course, Black Lives Matter. I believe that all Black Lives matter from conception all the way to natural death. But I can also raise a question for public safety purposes. Do we believe that all lives, regardless of race, age, nationality, sex, disabilities, gender identity, sexual identity, born and unborn, police, victims, are they all lives that are precious gifts from God? Because that's who we're trying to protect in this room. And members, I had so much different things that I had intended to say, but after what I saw displayed, I don't know that any of you really believe any of that. When are we going to start caring about the other person rather than ourselves? When are we going to try and understand the other person? And I know that from the left, I keep getting told that we need to understand you. I'm going to flip it back on you folks, because I don't know if you understand me or the people in my district, or you just disregard them as less than human because we disagree with you. And you jump to huge conclusions that because I'm a white guy from Princeburg, Minnesota, that I don't like black people. That's a pile of crap, okay? And I'm tired of that sort of conversation. Either we're going to respect every life in this room, and we're going to protect, through public safety, every life in this room, or we're wasting our time. So Representative Chair Mariani, thank you for trying your best to navigate through the waters of this last year and do the best that you could. That's why I'm going to support him. I'm going to go into the middle of the field, and I am going to say, who's going to come with me? Who's going to really work on the important things for the people of this state? Because I believe that Chair Mariani is trying his best. So I'm going to vote yes for this bill.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House be allowed to meet past midnight.
Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion prevails. Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I have a lot of things I'd like to say, but I'm not going to. I must actually stick with the script. First of all, I want to say thank you to Chair Mariani and Becker Finn. Although we've had our differences this year, I think we can still be friends. I also want to thank all the partisan and nonpartisan staff for the many long days in both public safety and the judiciary committees. I won't call them out individually because I know I'm going to either mispronounce their names or forget someone. But I do want to call out the researcher for our part, for the GOP, because yes, 3 minutes ago was his birthday. So happy birthday, John Holquist, even though it's 3 minutes late from yesterday. For those of you who are unaware, the Public Safety Committee met 3 times a week. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And sometimes more with an extra evening session as well, stretching the patience of the committees to the max. And sometimes we got a little out of sort and a little frustrated at times just because we were worked so hard. I also want to take a moment to thank the Sergeant of Arms Office, Capitol Security, the Minnesota State Patrol, and all the law enforcement agencies across the state that have been working around the clock to protect the citizens of Minnesota. And I also want to personally thank the Nebraska State Patrol and the Ohio State Troopers for assisting the state of Minnesota in Operation Safety Net. And I cannot forget our firefighters and EMS personnel and the wonderful 911 telecommunicators. We all work as a team, working together to keep the public safe. Now to the so-called public safety bill. There's some good things in it, and there's some not so good things in it, and there's some things that are missing. First of all, I want to thank Representative Marquardt for the amendment in Ways and Means so the officers can get trained on the laws we just passed that were supposed to that took effect March 1st. But guidance on the training wasn't available till after that date, so it's tough to have them trained. Changing it to September 1st has given them time to get the training in the new laws, especially because they deal with use of force and use of deadly force. I also want to thank Representative Pulowski for House File 38, dealing with the Natural Disaster Contingency Fund, replacing the funds that the governor stole by executive order to give to the city of Minneapolis. Representative O'Neill's alternative to incarceration, a program that works. Then we have Representative Igo, a telecommunications working group to put together the things that our dispatchers need to know and getting some basic requirements so they can get the information either to law enforcement, medical, or mental health professionals that is needed. In the Department of Corrections, they have a homeless mitigation planning. I'd like to know why haven't they been doing that before? Another great thing that we have is the Corrections Facility Security Audit Group. That's going to give us a report also requiring the prisons to be inspected every 2 years, and biannually giving us a report on the dealing with the security of the prison as well as the staff and those in custody to make sure they're safe. The report is that due us on the second year of the biennium. So if it's policy issues, we can deal with it. If it's a major budget issue, it gives us time to prepare and figure out how to pay for it in the next budget year cycle. Then we have the Sexual Assault Task Force recommendations, a complete rewrite of our sexual misconduct laws. I want to thank them for their work. What's not in the bill that I could find? It's an issue my county is concerned about. A lot of the counties have a program called Sentence to Serve. It's a great program. It allows those sitting in county jails to get out, do some community service work with a group, taking time off their sentence, getting people out of jail, giving them a purpose. In fact, I know a few of the guys that have been on those crews that end up, because of the work they were doing, ended up starting a business doing the work that they learned on the STS crew. And guess what? There's federal funding to help them start their businesses for that. But as far as I could tell, I could not find any funding for the Sentence to Serve program. Another thing that's missing is the CPO and the MACAC funding, which is our county probation system. We currently reimburse at about 29%. State statute requires 50% match. We're at 29. Yes, Chair Mariani put another close to $1.3 million into the program. But we're about $90 million short of what our obligation is to our counties. If they had that funding, what could they do and help those in the system to get through it? Instead, we're shorting them, making the county taxpayers, property taxpayers, make up the difference. Another important thing that's not in this bill is the SAFE Act. I don't know how much the city of Brooklyn Center has spent this past week or so with the riots there, but because it's the emergency under Chapter 12, they have to pay the bill. 10, 12 million, 13 million, we don't know. Now, members, law enforcement is the spearhead of public safety. It's the first link of a process and the one that most citizens of Minnesota sees. What are the other parts? It's the prosecutors. and the judges and all those who work in the judicial system. Then we also have the corrections, not only in our prisons, but we also have the probation agents, both state and county. I want to give a special thanks to the county agents who work diligently with the people that live in their own community and have come up with innovative ways to help those they work with, helping them through and overcome obstacles. Now, where does the chain break in this system? It's usually with the prosecutors. Declining charges because it wasn't, not because it wasn't a crime, but they don't want to give a felony on a record because it might cause collateral damage down the road. Last November, I talked to a trooper who stopped a car, had multiple vials of pure 100% THC. And I'm not going to say the name of the prosecutor, but the prosecutor refused to charge because he didn't want to give the person a felony involving marijuana. THC and leaf marijuana is hugely different, especially 100% THC. And then what really bothered me, last night I was talking to a trooper, a different trooper that I ran into, just to thank him for all the work they're doing. He's had the same thing happen in the same jurisdiction. Now, if we don't charge these people out, they get emboldened, they're going to do more crimes, and they might do violent crimes. I don't want that to happen. So now I'm going to name a couple things that I'm concerned about. The secondary offense issue that's in this bill. Usually law enforcement uses that as a positive interaction. Stopping a person, having a contact, giving them a warning, making sure everything's okay, and do it in a way that's positive. I could give you a couple stories. I'm just going to give you one. A couple years before I was elected, I stopped a car that had expired tabs. Went up and talked to the driver, got the information, ran the driver. Her name was Debbie. And first time I met her, she was a little depressed. So I sat and talked with her for about 15 to 20 minutes. And when she left, she was laughing. A couple years later, I got elected to this body, and I retired. I was at the fair booth that year. I didn't remember who she was. She came up and told me. It was the person I stopped for expired tabs. Spent a little time talking to her. And she explained to me and thanked me for stopping her. And thanked me for the conversation I had with her. Because she was very depressed that day. And she was on her way to go commit suicide. Those contacts that we have in those so-called secondary offenses are important. They can change somebody's life. I also want to talk about the fact that Chair Mariani has put some strings on the training funding. Over the past few years, this body has added numerous requirements to training. When an officer has his 3-year cycle, it's 42 to 50 hours that is mandated. And I don't think we're increasing that this year, but with all those mandates, we've taken away from training for defensive tactics and use of force. And I have a feeling that might be an issue that's going on right now because they're not getting the proper training they need. And I know there's some other issues I'd like to talk about. I know I've used a lot of my time, actually more time than I was given. But I think it's important because this is an issue on public safety, the safety of the public, of the citizens of Minnesota. This bill doesn't do that. It hampers law enforcement to do their job. It emboldens those who commit crime to commit more crime. It hides the fact with the issue on expungement, it hides the crimes from the public and makes it less safe. So the only thing I can say, members, is vote against this bill. It's not going to keep the citizens of Minnesota safe. It's actually, in the long run, going to do more harm. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Representative Baker.
Thank you. I think tailing off of what Representative Johnson has said, I think that my biggest disappointment today was how this process worked out. I rarely speak on third readings. I don't need to hear myself speak, but I am so bothered by the disrespect for me and the voters that I represent here that I felt like my friends on the other side of the aisle just completely disrespected me. And I think that that is such a sham. You know, I've been here 7 years as well. I think that when I think of the process, you know, we have our huddles, we have our caucuses. We usually realize, all of us, kind of a couple of them, that, you know, these are going to be called out of order. We all know what those are. Usually we just kind of understand there's a couple, 2, 3 of them. We had 12 tonight called out of order. And many of those, probably half of them, were called out of order by my friend, Representative Kelly Muller, who knowingly went into this thing working with me on a really good bill, and I'm really glad it's part of this. But I just feel like tonight was a slap in the face because I couldn't vote on some really important stuff that was important to my voters. You just took it away because of a process and bullying. You guys are getting used to hanging out with Governor Walz too much. And tonight was such a gut punch to me. Like I didn't know who I was working with anymore. I was shocked at what you did in the process. You know, I'm not a public safety expert. I've never sat on the committee, but I know the important stuff about this work that we do is about trust. You know, tonight for me was a huge letdown because I don't know who to trust anymore. Everybody on your side of the aisle knew exactly what was coming at us. You were going to take away Dave Baker's vote, many votes, and others, not just me. Even your own member wanted to vote on something, and you didn't let him take that vote either. So what happened tonight was, I think, for me, the saddest night I've ever seen here in my 7 years, because you didn't give me a chance to vote on a number of things that I should have been able to vote on. It's the same thing that we've seen 17 times when I've tried to say to the governor, stop doing what you're doing without listening to our voice. And the executive orders were never allowed to be voted on, 17 times. And I just think that what happened tonight, 12 more times in one bill. So I don't know when the charade's going to end. I don't know when this gamesmanship that one of your members called it. Thank you for calling it what it was. I was sad tonight because of that. And anybody that's going to vote for the bill, because you promised somebody you were going to, after tonight, I'm shocked that anybody who would want to support this charade would deserve your vote, because they knew it was coming. Leaders tell leaders, this is wrong. You can't do this. Why are we doing this? And you guys didn't stand up for us. So, members, I'm just so sorry. I'm so sad tonight about this. This process tonight failed me miserably. And you weren't going to get my vote anyway because of some really bad policy, but I'm looking forward to trying to figure out how to make our world better and safer. But this was just a real disappointment for me. And I hope it'll only get better. And I hope friends of mine will never let leadership tell you we're going to do it this way. I hope next time you stand up for me and other members that have a right to a vote and have a right to our voices for our people here. This is just a really disappointing night. And it's going to take a lot to bring me back into this loop again, because I am just so disappointed. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And yeah, it's been an odd night. It's been an odd year. But a public safety bill, first thing I think about is the victim, helping the victim, priority to the victim. Actually, no. The first thing I think about is my family, the kids in the neighborhood, the community, and their safety. And are we doing things to improve that? And I'm disappointed that we didn't focus on that community safety, focus on the victims, and putting them as a higher priority. Because we've seen a lot of stuff this past year. And a lot of people across the state are scared. And we need to add some comfort to them and reassurance that we are making things better. I hear a lot of, we got to do these new things, but I still see reluctance to actually take existing laws and make them work better. Pass a law, everybody's going to do fine. It's going to take care of the issue. No, there are criminals, and if we care about gun violence, we have to prevent the criminals from selling and trafficking in weapons. We need to focus on the people and the safety. And we need to, yes, reform, but not prevent having an effective law enforcement entity in our state and our communities. And there are so many good people that you don't hear about it because it doesn't make the headlines. To me, the one event that I saw on TV was a demonstration that was against the police, and there was a shooter. And I saw a half dozen law enforcement officers use their bodies to shield people that had been hit, and people that were in that crowd, women and children. And that's what I think of about the vast majority and the good people in law enforcement. And we should promote that. And I think we need to avoid unintended consequences. And I'm disappointed this bill isn't putting the safety of our communities and families first. Thank you.
Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Chair Mariani. You know, Mr. Chair, I enjoy working with you. And we have had many good discussions about the importance of protecting our neighbors, protecting our families, protecting our communities. And there are some good things in this bill. However, there are things in this bill that are not good. And I wish we would stop clumping the bad things, the bad legislation in with the good legislation so that we can actually get some good work done for our citizens. And with that, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate your efforts. However, I'm going to take us for just a quick stroll and just to bring home some very harsh and sad realities. We're looking at the result because, Mr. Chair, this bill is counter to public safety and it is hostile to law enforcement. It is. A lot of those things were already mentioned. But I'm going to give you the example that is right in front of us all. It's not very far from here. The numbers that I got from Minneapolis PD, the numbers that I got from the BCA, tell a very horrific story. A very horrific story. The BCA crime scene team, between 2019 and 2020 statistics, they got called to these scenes, 87.3% increase in 2020. These are homicides and suspicious deaths that they get called to. So they don't just go to anything. And that's the team in St. Paul. The team out of Bemidji, that increase was 38.9%. And I looked at the numbers for 2021. And already, at this stage, the St. Paul team has been called out 15.4% increase compared to last year's numbers. And if this keeps going on, they will exceed the call-outs for 2020. Separate from the BCA statistics, Minneapolis PD, their crime scene investigations, 83 homicides last year, 2020, third highest in history. That is horrifying. And a large percentage of those victims are from the BIPOC community. Already this year, 21 homicides, and all of them are from the BIPOC community. Who is crying out for justice for them? When your police force is undermanned and undermined, how can they fight the good fight to take care of their neighbors? How can they stay in that fight? The police force is down almost 300 officers. And that's just in that one city. But some of this past legislation, if your goal is to retain the good officers and to protect the good officers, I am sorry, folks, but you are miserably failing at that because you are going to drive them away. And then you will have more. Then you will have more ugliness. You will have more of a decline in society. And it's horrifying. It's horrifying to think about that. I worked in law enforcement. I worked in the task forces. I've seen the ugliest of the underbelly of society. But I did it to protect my neighbors, the people of my community, the surrounding communities, the surrounding counties, and the state. I didn't care where they were from, who they were. They were the citizens that I took an oath to protect. And as a good officer, I would find it very hard to work in the state of Minnesota because of what is looming over their heads. Representative Novotny talked of some of the scenarios that he was involved in. And until you've been in those shoes, no one should be saying a whole heck of a lot about what an officer does until they hear the whole story, until they see everything, all the evidence. Our criminal justice system does work. But when we undermine it and do not give the officers the tools or the personnel to do the job, it will fail. Mr. Chair, you have a study going in this bill for officers, for personal liability for officers. There's not a law enforcement officer in the state of Minnesota that could afford to carry something like that. And even though there's not an attack on anything on qualified immunity in the bill right now that I'm aware of, that study tells me that qualified immunity is going to continue to be under attack for good law enforcement officers. And that is the very wrong approach. I was born on a day, a quote from Representative Davids, I was born on a day, but it wasn't yesterday. And I can see this coming. And we want good public safety. Mr. Chair, I had two bills that I requested hearings for. Both of them in reference to increasing the penalties on child pornography. House File 229. I have listened to the investigators who are investigating these horrific crimes against children. And I had one of the members ask me, do these penalties merit a crim sex type penalty? These children are being videotaped, videoed, pictures, all of it, being raped, tortured, and abused for somebody's entertainment. Tell me that doesn't merit a charge equal to criminal sexual conduct. I gave you just a couple of examples, and those are not the worst of them that these investigators are seeing out there. And I always hear the question of, what if somebody accidentally gets these things? And when I posed that to the investigators, they said, no, they don't actually come across there. And it's the totality of the investigation that drives the charges, not just an accident. It's not that easy to find these horrific images and videos unless you're in the dark web seeking them out. And I have asked for help. I have tried to reach across the aisle, and even last session, we came to an agreement, and Representative Moeller helped to have mandatory minimum on part of that piece of legislation that I put forward. It was last session. But in conference committee, we lost it. House File 229, Mr. Chair, has bipartisan support. And I need both sides of the aisle to help with this, because these victims of child pornography, they spend the rest of their life wondering if they are survivors, wondering, is someone going to recognize me? Who am I encountering? And that hinders so much healing for them. That is horrible. That we are letting our statute remain as soft as it is, to where the majority of these people have a presumed stay. I know, just like the last go around, if I had been allowed a hearing, we would have gotten support for these child pornography statutes, changes, increase of penalty. And I hope that next session, someone's willing to step up and help, instead of sitting back, accepting the status quo, and allowing these victims to not have any justice. So I'm going to leave you with one final thing, because this drives it home. This drives it home. It's a verse from the book of Isaiah, a couple verses. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? Whom will go for us?" And then I said, "Here am I, send me." And he said, "Go and tell the people, keep on listening, but do not perceive. Keep on looking, but do not understand. Render the hearts of this people insensitive, their ears dull, their eyes dim. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes and hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, and return and be healed." And I said, "Lord, how long?" And he answered, "Until the cities are devastated and without inhabitant, houses are without people, and the land utterly desolate." Folks, we're on course for that. We're en route. We're en route to our cities being desolate. And that has got to come to a stop. Please support your law enforcement. Please help them to do the job that needs to be done. Stop this attack on them. And I ask our members to vote no on this bill at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I need to talk loud because I have a bad mic here. I will try to be very efficient here in my comments. It's always tempting to respond to pretty serious mischaracterization of work that one has poured their heart and minds and energies into for months. To serve on this committee is to engage with the pain, with the loss of so many Minnesotans. I rarely leave a committee meeting that I chair without just, terrible heartbreaking evokedness as I hear about the suffering of so many people. But I also leave with a whole lot of hope, because there's so much energy and creation, creativity among the people for claiming their communities and claiming their public safety. And you see that in this bill. So we should talk about the bill before us and not talk about what is not before us. Let me just tell you very quickly that unequivocally, this is not an anti-law enforcement bill. This is a bad law enforcement bill. Nobody wants bad law enforcement. Nobody, not even law enforcement. I agree with that. This bill spends more resources than the other body does to make sure that our law enforcement communities are properly equipped. And it does that by holding law enforcement to high standards. You just simply cannot this week look at the result of the criminal trial that concluded yesterday and think that the status quo that produced that is good, and so therefore we can't do anything, we should do no change. I was taught a long time ago that you have the highest expectations of the people that you most care for, that the people you actually love are the folks that you hold to the highest standards, that the people that you most need are the people you hold to the highest standards. That's what this bill attempts to do in small ways with our law enforcement at the same time that we resource them. We extend the training dollars. The other body doesn't do that. We index the training funds. The other body doesn't do that. We create a whole new body cam program. The other body doesn't do that. We put money into that. We skew it so that Greater Minnesota can be part of that. The other body doesn't do that. We protect our law enforcement from infiltration by white supremacists. The other body doesn't do that. We strengthen our early warning system at the Pulse Board so that those individuals who are in a pathway to bad, persistent behavior can get help to correct that, or they can be removed, because nobody wants bad law enforcement. But that's just one part of the bill. The bill has massive criminal sexual conduct reform work. The bill pours more resources into combating sex trafficking, human trafficking. The bill has humanistic work in our correction system where we're going to have safer prisons and jails. We heard heart-wrenching testimonies of two families, one white and one black, one Republican and one Democrat, who lost their beloved sons in our county jails due to horrible neglect. This bill addresses that issue. This bill does juvenile justice reform. You know why? Because no child should sit in solitary confinement. This bill has opportunities for people who have done wrong and who badly, badly want to do right and be part of society and give to it and contribute to it. With our Clean Slate Act, with our technical violations, probation reform, there is a visionary piece in this bill on those who are in prisons to be able to earn their release time, not just by sitting, but by doing, by having plans and measuring those plans so that they can exit our prisons ready to give back positively to our society. This bill, for the first time, says that our firefighters, most of them who are volunteers in small towns, small suburban communities, volunteers. We provide resources for the first time to help them with the occupational hazards that are unique to their profession, because they don't have the resources after giving so many years of their lives and their energy to keep us safe. This bill has regional equity all over it. We held hearings with people from Greater Minnesota. We heard the challenges and we're responding. Honestly, I don't know what bill other people are talking about. They're not talking about this bill. We should be voting on what's in front of us. We should be supporting legislation that walks with the people. And yes, we should have support, strong support for legislation that says if you're Black, you should be safe in this city, in this town, in this state, because that's not true right now. And tragically, it's not true disparately with too many encounters with law enforcement. I know change is hard. I know doing things is very difficult. But that's our job as legislators, is to lead our people to explore new ways to be stronger, to be better, to change things. That's what this bill does. And it only begins to do it. And it does it by properly funding our corrections, our public safety systems, our courts, our emergency response systems. It's bread and butter work with a heart and with a vision. I would welcome your vote on this because it is the right bill for the good people of Minnesota. I read earlier Langston Hughes' poem, Democracy, written in the 40s. And I want to close with the last couple of lines, because we cannot ignore the pain of whole communities who persistently lose loved ones to a failed system, one that we have an obligation to make better, one that for the most part is indeed populated by good public servants that we will continue to hold to high standards. Langston Hughes writes, "I do not need my freedom when I'm dead. I cannot live on tomorrow's bread." We cannot live on tomorrow's bread. We need to act now. This bill gives us the opportunity to do that. It's a privilege for me to bring it to you. It's a privilege for me to work with the committee, both sides of the aisle. Terrific committee with a heart. Let's do the right thing, members. Let's pass a strong bill so that when we face the other body, we can put truth on the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members voting remotely, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not voted yet.
Baker.
Baker votes no.
Baker, no. Bo.
Bo votes no.
Bo, no. Garofalo.
Garofalo, no.
Garofalo, no. Gruenhagen.
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 Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Houseman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Keel. Keel, no. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Farr.
Farr, no.
Farr, no. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, no. Sandell.
Sandell, aye.
Sandell, aye. Stevenson. Stevenson. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Tice.
Tice, no.
Tice, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 63 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 958. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 958, an act relating to state government, Department of Agriculture. Winkler moves that Senate File number 958 be laid on the table.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, this is the ag bill. This will allow us to take it up tomorrow.
All those in favor of the Winkler motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11:30 a.m. Thursday, April 22nd, 2021.
Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11:30 a.m. Thursday, April 22nd, 2021. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11:30 a.m. Thursday, April 22nd, 2021.